Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and greetings to all of us. Before we begin, we kindly ask you to please mute your microphone in order to have no interruption during the seminar. And we would like to remind you to please change your name format into name_institution_your break room number for parallel room according to your choice. And if you have some troubles or any questions, feel free to ask the committee in the chat box and we will help you right away. We thank you for your attention and your cooperation.
Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Sebelum acara kita mulai, kami mohon kepada para peserta untuk menonaktifkan mikrofon demi kelancaran dan ketertiban jalannya acara pada hari ini. Dan juga kepada para peserta, dimohon untuk mengganti ID dengan keterangan nama, instansi, dan juga ruang paralel yang ingin diikuti. Dan apabila ada kendala, silakan chat di chatroom agar panitia bisa segera membantu. Terima kasih atas kerjasamanya dan perhatiannya.
Welcome to all presenters and participants of the International Seminar on ECKLL the 10th. The 10th Enrichment of Career by Knowledge of Language and Literature. Held by Faculty of Letters Dr. Sutomo University, supported by Balai Bahasa Provinsi Jawa Timur.
Pada para presenter dan peserta seminar yang terhormat, kami mengucapkan selamat bergabung di Seminar Internasional ECKLL 10 yang diselenggarakan oleh Fakultas Sastra Universitas Dr. Sutomo, bekerja sama dengan Balai Bahasa Provinsi Jawa Timur.
The rundown programs today are opening by MC, singing national anthem Indonesia Raya and Unitomo Hymn, speeches, photo session, plenary session, lunch break, parallel session, and closing ceremony.
Adapun acara yang akan kita laksanakan pada hari ini adalah pembukaan, menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya, dilanjutkan dengan himne Unitomo, sambutan, sesi foto bersama, sesi plenari, waktu istirahat, sesi paralel, dan penutupan.
Before we start our seminar, let us pray together. Let's begin.
Berdoa dimulai.
And end.
Berdoa selesai.
Now let's start our seminar. The first is singing national anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by Unitomo Hymn.
Selanjutnya adalah menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya, dilanjutkan dengan himne Unitomo.
kira itu nih, urip nang kono nih, Afrika lah ya. Tapi sebenarnya ya.
Kemana di angkasa raya, persada Nusantara, cita bangsa membangun negara bahagia, adil, makmur dan sentosa. Bangkitlah Sutomo, pendekar pendidikan, pembimbing pembina bangsa, penyebar ilmu, inti pemersatu budaya bangsaku. Dengan pedoman bakti tanpa pamrih, Sutomo alma materku jaya. Universitas Dr. Sutomo, alma materku tercinta. Ku baktikan diriku mengagungkan citramu demi cita-cita suci. Menuntut ilmu berdasar tridharma sebagai kader penerus bangsa, guna menjelang mentari cemerlang zaman dan gemilang. Dengan pedoman bakti tanpa pamrih, Sutomo alma materku jaya.
Kita kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala atas segala kenikmatan yang diberikan kepada kita, dari nikmat sehat.
Next is speeches. The first speech will be delivered by the chairperson of committee. To Dr. Indra Kartiningsi, SSMSI MPD, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, dear MCs. Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Dan salam sejahtera buat kita semua. It is a great honor for us to have you all here, and it is a bless for us to be here, health and safe. So this morning we are going to gather here to share our insights on our seminar on the 10th Enrichments of Career by Knowledge of Language and Literature, or ECKLL the 10th. First of all, I'd like to greet everyone who joined this seminar, especially for the great keynote speaker. The first one would be the Professor Faisal Mahmud Adam Ibrahim. Good morning, sir. And then Dr. Andrea Carroll. Good morning, Andy. And then there will be three, Bu Dua Ahmad Narawi, SESPDMM, and then also Professor Dr. Dia Sawitri as the head of LL Dikti Region 7. And then our partner for so long is that Balai Bahasa Jawa Timur to Dr. Umi Kulsum. Welcome, Ibu. This is the first time for you to join us here. And then I'd like to greet also for all of the participants and presenters today that we have. Well, we have some of the universities and also the high education. Universitas Aisyah Surakarta, where is Universitas Aisyah Surakarta? And then we have also Polytechnic Bumi Akapelni, and then Stiba Pia, and then we have SD Al Amin, Universitas Bina Nusantara, UIN Abdul Rahman Wahid Pekalongan, and then UIN 1 Tulungagung, UIN Sultan Haji Muhammad Idris Samarinda, Universitas Islam Sumatera Utara, and then Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Sekolah Tinggi Meteorologi, Klimatologi, dan Geofisika, kemudian FKIP Ahmad Dahlan Jogja, PGRI Adi Buwana Surabaya, dan Universitas Katolik Dharma Cendika, dan juga para rekan dan juga mahasiswa kami tercinta, yaitu dari Universitas Dr. Sutomo. Selamat datang dan selamat bergabung dalam seminar internasional kita. Welcome to our international seminar for ECKLL the 10th. For the 10th ECKLL, we have grown up not only from the children or the child, but we are become mature, and then we develop our collaboration by taking the 3 journals that we are going to have for the best or qualified journals or the articles by the presenters. We cooperate with the journal on accredited on Sinta 3 and 4. They are, the first one is Pioneer, Journal of Language and Literature UNARS, and then Journal Sakura, Bahasa, Sastra, Kebudayaan, dan Pranata Jepang dari UNUD, dan Jurnal Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra UPI. So we have grown up also for the proceeding. We move from ISBN and also ISSN. So I'm sure that ECKLL will be benefit for all of us. In this seminar, we take the big theme as gender issues on language, literature, and also culture. We hope that this problem will be explored by all of the articles by the presenters and the keynotes and also the participants. This is our concerns about one of the big issues focused by the world today. So I hope that all of the results of the international seminar today will give reverence to those problems. Another subtopic we also give to the one who concerns to the topic on linguistics, and then also literature, information technology, and also other fields that might concern to the gender issues. So our committee believes that we will share and contribute to the better world for the world peace by having the equality of the gender, and then we can grow and enrich the human capital in the future. The big issues is becoming more and more concerned because of the changings of the technology, the changings of the situation of the pandemic COVID-19. So in this seminar, international, we hope that we will share our insights and we can cope with those problems. We also like to thank you to all of the donors and also sponsor, to all the alumni from English and also Japanese literature students, alumni. And then also Professor Irawan Surojo, the special one who always support us on our international seminar. Thank you very much, sir. So today we are going to have around 160 or at least 180 participants in the international seminar. So we hope that we can enjoy all of the session and then we get our knowledge so we can enrich our career in the ECKLL. Before I end my report here, I'd like to have our slogan for Sastra. So when I say Sastra, so you can say Viva, Viva Sastra. Can we have it? Bisa kita buat seperti itu. Jadi ketika saya bilang sastra, semua bilang Viva, Viva Sastra. Mungkin bisa di on cam kan dan unmute. Biar kita semangat untuk hari ini. Ya, bisa di unmute kah? Iya, saya mulai ya komando ya. 1, 2, 3. Sastra.
Viva, viva, sastra.
Sekali lagi, sastra.
Viva, viva, sastra.
Terima kasih buat semangatnya. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, happy seminar and then enrich your career with AZKLL. Morning.
Okay, thank you. The second speech is from Balai Bahasa Provinsi Jawa Timur. To Dr. Umi Kulsum M. Hum, time is yours.
Terima kasih. Semoga acara. Izinkan saya menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia dan saya akan mengawali dengan sebuah pantun. Dari kota Kediri menuju Krian, yang digunakan adalah kereta. Selamat pagi untuk Bapak Ibu sekalian. Semoga kebahagiaan senantiasa menyertai kita. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Pagi, salam
Selamat pagi.
sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam rahayu, salam sehat untuk kita semua. Yang terhormat Rektor Universitas Dr. Sutomo, Ibu Dr. Siti Marwiah, SHMH, yang kami hormati Bapak Ibu Dr. Rindah Kartiningsi sebagai Ketua Panitia, kemudian yang saya hormati Ibu Tantri Suryawati, kemudian Ibu Bapak Suhartawan, yang saya hormati pula Bapak Irawan, di sini sudah hadir juga Ibu Susi, di Karol, Bapak Ibu semua tadi sudah disebutkan dari beberapa universitas. Alhamdulillah, puji syukur kita panjatkan kepada Allah yang telah mempertemukan kami Balai Bahasa dengan para peserta webinar yang luar biasa. Ini merupakan sebuah karunia yang sangat berharga bagi kami. Mudah-mudahan ke depannya kami bisa tetap hadir di tengah Bapak Ibu bersama-sama tadi untuk memajukan bahasa, sastra, dan juga budaya. Kami ucapkan apresiasi kepada Universitas Dr. Sutomo ya yang sudah menyelenggarakan webinar ini yang ke-10 ya. Suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa, tidak mudah sebuah institusi atau lembaga yang bisa menyelenggarakan webinar secara terus-menerus, kemudian menghadirkan pembicara-pembicara dari luar negeri dan sebagainya, dan ini merupakan suatu capaian yang luar biasa untuk Universitas Tomo. Kami ucapkan tentu terima kasih atas undangan yang diberikan kepada Balai Bahasa Provinsi Jawa Timur. Perkenalkan, saya karena baru ya di Jawa Timur, baru 4 bulan, izinkan pula kami menyampaikan apa yang menjadi program, apa yang menjadi prioritas dari kegiatan-kegiatan Balai Bahasa Provinsi Jawa Timur. Balai Bahasa Provinsi Jawa Timur ini hadir menjawab tantangan ya, tantangan kebahasaan yang hadir di Indonesia. Tentu selain Indonesia, ya ini sendiri hadir pula bahasa daerah. Sudah tercatat ada 718 bahasa daerah. Dan tentu dengan 718 bahasa daerah juga tantangan terhadap bahasa Indonesia. Unit Eselon 1 kami yang bernama Badan Pengembangan dan Pembinaan Bahasa ini membuat UPT, Unit Pelaksana Teknis, yang ada di hampir setiap provinsi yang ada di Indonesia. Ada 30 unit pelaksana teknis, 17 balai bahasa, dan 13 kantor bahasa. Dan yang di Jawa Timur sudah hadir Balai Bahasa Provinsi Jawa Timur yang berdiri tahun 2000. Jadi usia kami sebenarnya sudah cukup tua ya, sudah 22 tahun. Nah, Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, tentu tantangan besar tadi terkait dengan bahasa Indonesia, walaupun sudah mempunyai status yang luar biasa, yaitu sebagai bahasa negara dan sebagai bahasa nasional, yang tentu kita tahu dikukuhkan dengan Sumpah Pemuda dan Undang-Undang Pasal 36 Undang-Undang Dasar 1945, ada tantangan lain terkait dengan bahasa Indonesia, yaitu adanya prestis atau kebanggaan berbahasa. Di sini sebenarnya kami selalu berupaya untuk memajukan bahasa Indonesia, menjadikan bahasa Indonesia sebagai bahasa persatuan kesatuan, kemudian bahasa internasional juga. Kami sudah berupaya untuk membuat korpus bahasa Indonesia menjadi lengkap. Yang pertama, kami sudah mempunyai Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia atau KBBI, ini sudah edisi kelima. Kemudian kami juga mempunyai Tata Bahasa Baku Bahasa Indonesia, ini sama, sudah edisi yang kelima juga. Kemarin ditetapkan ejaan EYD, kami kembali kepada ejaan yang disempurnakan edisi kelima. Kemudian perlu kami sampaikan pula, kami mempunyai alat uji yang disebut dengan Uji Kemahiran Berbahasa Indonesia. Jadi ini beberapa upaya kami, bagaimana menciptakan, bagaimana mengembangkan bahasa Indonesia supaya bisa menjadi bahasa yang dibanggakan, dan kami harapkan tahun 2045 bahasa Indonesia bisa menjadi bahasa internasional, bisa menjadi bahasa yang kedudukannya sama dengan bahasa-bahasa asing besar lainnya seperti bahasa Inggris, bahasa Arab, dan sebagainya. Nah, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, ada 3 program prioritas kami di tahun sekarang 2022 ini dan juga mungkin tahun-tahun ke depannya. Yang pertama adalah kegiatan literasi. Dalam kegiatan literasi ini, kami mencoba untuk membantu pemerintahan, Kementerian Ristek, dan Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Ristek, dan Teknologi, bagaimana kami mengembangkan literasi, terutama literasi yang ada di masyarakat, kemudian literasi yang ada di sekolah, dan juga literasi yang ada di keluarga. Literasi yang ada di masyarakat, kami coba untuk menghimpun komunitas yang literasi yang ada di Jawa Timur. Kemudian literasi tersebut kami coba membuat aplikasi sehingga mereka, komunitas literasi tersebut bisa berbagi pengalaman, bisa berbagi pengetahuan dan kegiatan dalam komunitas dan berbagi kepada komunitas lainnya. Sehingga nanti ada praktik baik komunitas yang sudah mendapatkan predikat A berbagi pengalaman dengan komunitas yang B dan C dan sebagainya. Kemudian terkait dengan literasi pula kami mempunyai program yaitu pembuatan bahan literasi untuk anak-anak kita, anak-anak di jenjang SD dan juga di jenjang PAUD dengan menciptakan atau menerbitkan tahun sekarang itu setidaknya ada 16 buku literasi dan dibuat dalam 2 bahasa, yaitu bahasa Indonesia dan juga bahasa daerah, karena kami juga mempunyai tanggung jawab terhadap 718 bahasa daerah yang ada di Indonesia. Dan tentu yang ada di Jawa Timur, kita tahu ada bahasa Jawa, kemudian ada bahasa Madura, bahasa Jawa dialek Using, ada juga di daerah pesisir bahasa Bojo, bahasa Bugis, dan sebagainya. Dan ini juga menjadi tanggung jawab kami, sehingga kami terlalu berupaya untuk bagaimana mengembangkan dan membina bahasa Indonesia, kemudian juga bagaimana melestarikan bahasa daerah. Selain literasi, tadi saya sebutkan bahwa melestarikan bahasa daerah. Dan bahasa daerah kita tahu tidak semua bahasa dalam keadaan sehat. Ada beberapa bahasa, terutama bahasa Indonesia, bahasa yang ada di Indonesia Timur ya, bahasa yang kritis, bahkan sudah ada bahasa yang meninggal ya, sudah tidak difungsikan lagi sebagai bahasa, sehingga tinggal pernah ada dalam catatan kebahasaan yang ada di Indonesia. Kemudian program unggulan kami yang ketiga, selain tadi pelestarian bahasa daerah, kami sedang mengupayakan untuk internasionalisasi bahasa Indonesia. Jadi kami selalu mengembangkan kegiatan kebipaan bahasa Indonesia untuk penutur asing. Setidaknya sekarang ada 52 negara yang sudah mengajarkan bahasa Indonesia di lembaga-lembaga ataupun di universitas mereka. Dan ini merupakan sebuah kemajuan untuk bahasa Indonesia. Ternyata bahasa Indonesia diminati oleh orang-orang yang ada di luar negeri. Dan tentu mudah-mudahan ini bisa memotivasi kita orang Indonesia untuk lebih mencintai bahasa Indonesia. Dan kami harap Universitas Dr. Sutomo sudah banyak Pak Suhartawan ya, Ibu Tantri juga, kegiatan-kegiatan yang dilakukan bersama, dan kami memohon karena kami kecil ya, kami hanya 38 staf yang ada di Balai Bahasa, tentu kami tidak bisa bergerak sendiri, karena banyaknya, luasnya wilayah Jawa Timur, kami tentu memohon bantuan, dukungan, kerjasama, dari Bapak Ibu semuanya, dari universitas, dari lembaga, dari masyarakat pemangku kepentingan. Mari kita bergandeng tangan, kita berkolaborasi, kita adakan kegiatan-kegiatan untuk kejayaan khususnya bahasa dan sastra. Izinkan saya menyampaikan slogan kami, Trigatra Bangun Bahasa, utamakan bahasa Indonesia, lestarikan bahasa daerah, dan kuasai bahasa asing. Itu slogan kami, dan sekali lagi saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu semuanya yang sudah mengundang kami, sudah berkolaborasi dengan kami, dan mudah-mudahan kami tetap bisa semangat dengan bantuan, dengan dukungan dari Bapak Ibu semua, sehingga kejayaan bahasa, kejayaan sastra senantiasa dan akan selalu terwujud di tengah-tengah kita.
Amin.
Kota Batu terkenal sebagai daerah yang subur, banyak tumbuh bunga, di antaranya bunga melati. Jaya terus bahasa dan sastra di Jawa Timur, jadikan kami Balai Bahasa sebagai mitra sejati. Ini permohonan dari kami, Bapak Ibu. Kami senang sekali, dan kami cukupkan sampai di sini. Sampai jumpa lagi. Mudah-mudahan kita bisa berjumpa pada kesempatan lain, bukan hanya di webinar ini, tetapi bisa langsung bertatap muka dalam kegiatan kebahasaan dan juga kesastraan selanjutnya. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. The next would be the speech from Rector of Dr. Sutomo University. That will be represented by Vice Rector Ford to Professor Dr. Nur Sayida SEMSIAK. Time is yours.
Thank you. Test, can hear me?
Yes,
Can
yes.
you hear me?
Yes, Prof.
Thank you.
Very clear,
Thank you.
Prof.
Assalamualaikum
Prof. Nur.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Good morning.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Honorable of Butantri, the Dean of Faculty of Letters, and Bu Rindra, the chair of this webinar, and all our friends from Unitomo University and other university. And the honorable of our speaker, Prof. Diah Savitri, as head of LL Dikti Region 7, Prof. Faisal Mahmud Adam Ibrahim. Good morning, Prof. And thank you for your attending this seminar.
Yeah, good morning.
Prof. Faisal, maybe future we hope can have collaboration with you in another activities.
Okay, I am ready.
Thanks, Prof. Faisal. And Bu Dua Ahmad Nahrawi as a practitioner on Arabic translation. Good morning, Bu Dua. And then Dr. Carol. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
And thank you, Dr. Carol. And then Susi Ong, Pak Susi Ong from Indonesia University. Thank you
Ibu
for
Susi
your
Ong.
the honorable all participants of international webinar AAC KL, SEN, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to invite you to express the grateful feeling to Allah for blessing that we are able to attend the opening ceremony of the international webinar AACKL 10 in Zoom link. On behalf of Dr. Sutomo University, I really express our profound gratitude to several parties for their outstanding support to our university to host this webinar, and I would also extend the deep gratitude to the webinar organizing committee of Letter Faculty in organizing this event with full commitment and responsibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we all realize that the role of English become more and more important when it is viewed in relation to the globalization era. People can enhance their English skills and they can also improve their communication with other people of various style, ethnicities, occupation, culture, as well of diverse personalities and nationalities. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I hope that all of you will find this forum inspiring and that this occasion can enlighten English practitioners for enhancing their quality of relation and communication with some other people of some other universities. I wish great success to all of you. Akhirul kalam, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Vice Rector. The next is photo session. To keynote speakers, rectorates, and all the participants, please turn on your video. Mas Nico, can you help us? Give us a sign.
Oke, untuk para peserta bisa dinyalakan kameranya. Siap, hadapan. Ya, sudah. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mas Niko. Now we come to plenary session. The plenary session will be led by the moderator. To Mr. Haryono, time is yours.
Okay, good morning. Sabahul Khair, selamat pagi. Okay, Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Sabahul Khair, selamat pagi semuanya. Okay, do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
now
sir. I can hear you, Mr. Adriano.
Okay, now it is time for us to enjoy the speech from the keynote speakers. And today we have 5 great keynote speakers. The first is Professor Dia Savitri. She got her bachelor degree from Kajayana, and then the master degree from Brawijaya, and then the doctorate degree from Airlangga University. Now she is on the higher education service institution, or we say in Bahasa Indonesia as the head of Kepala LL Dikti Region 7, Wilayah 7, Jawa Timur is Java Province. And then the second will be Dr. Andrea Carroll. Good morning, Dr. Andrea.
Ya.
Okay, selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi, ya.
Okay. And then the third will be Ibu Susi Ong, PhD, a lecturer from Indonesia University. Selamat pagi, Ibu Susi. And then the fourth will be Ibu Doa Ahmad Nahrawi. Okay, Sabahul Khair, Ibu Doa. Belum hadir. Profesor Faisal Mahmud Adam Ibrahim.
Sudah siap.
Okay. Okay, now so we can start now from Professor Dr. Dia Savitri. By the way, we have every speaker will have 25 minutes to deliver the speech or the speeches, and then we will finish at 11:30, and then we will have question and answer session. Okay, Ibu Dia, please, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bisa didengar suara kami?
Bisa, Ibu. Bisa, Prof.
Ya. Bisa didengar suara kami? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bisa didengar suara kami?
Bisa, Prof. Bisa
Yes,
aman,
ya.
Prof.
Terima kasih. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will discuss about gender equality and protection from sexual violence at university. Gender equality achieves gender equality and empower a woman and girl. The real and this problem. So we will look closer to the problem that we need to solve is the equality between men and women with a current peace. It takes your 40 years for women and men to be represented equally national potential leadership. Next, untuk slide-nya, slide-nya. 39% of total employee 2019. However, the country present and global employment 2000 and another woman. Next. Okay. Next, yeah. Gender equality achievement, gender equality, and empower a woman. So if look closer to the problem that we need, so solve is the equality between men and women with the current peace. It takes 40 years for women and men to be represented equally national potential leadership. Women accounted for 39% of total employment in 2019. And however, the 45% of global employment 2000 lost in and 30 earned women. Ministry, therefore, and ministry concern for the equal right to education will be explained follow. First, Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. The effect to provide a quality education for our Indonesia people decide for social, economic, and gender background. The development of MBKM program that support achievement of a sustainable development goal, especially goal number 5, gender equality. The cross-sectoral collaboration in providing and the high and weakness. Access, especially for women by linking and matching business and education. Second, Permendikbud 82/2015 legislate about the provision and control of violence in the education environment and actualize an education environment that free from intolerance and bullying and sexual violence. 3, Permendikbud 30/2021 pencegahan penanganan kekerasan seksual di perguruan tinggi also regulation and PPKS legislate about a provision and treatment of sexual violence special in university. Actually, a current and university environment that is free for sexual violence. Stop sexual violence. What is sexual violence? Sexual violence is any acts. There are a lot of activities of sexual violence such as demeaning, insulting, harassing, and or attacking a person's body and reproductive function. The cause could be due to inequality in power relationship and or gender. And result or can result of physiological distress and or physical distress, including those that interfere with on reproductive health. And the effect will be loss be opportunity in employment and education safety and optimally. Permen Ristek Dikti 30/2021. Main step of PPKS. The main point of policy that need an attention for the university's leader and stabilities of PPKS. Prepare, perfect, monitor, evaluate, and handle. Profession structure a program intended to provide as of sexual violence in university through earning, training, governance, training, and community culture. Holding, what are the action, method, process to deal with sexual violence in university? First, priority in victim and witness, accompaniment, protection, administration section, and victim recovery. The whole policy that mentioned above is program that must be initiated by university leadership and carried out by all members of the campus. must do. University need to be prepared, and at any time there is a problem of sexual violence. University that do not commit the PPKS program might be subject to succession or having assistance for university on or education and accreditation. LLDT will monitor, prioritize the development, evaluation, and also giving award. LLDT will accompany this process. There will be agenda for PPKS related program, be practice, FGD, seminar, training, and monitoring. To warm up our discussion today, as Pak Nadiem Makarim said, Kemendikbud telah membentuk lingkungan yang mendukung anak perempuan untuk menjadi pemimpin. Lalu apa yang akan Anda organisasikan, Anda lakukan, kami menantang kalian untuk melakukan hal yang serupa. We choose to challenge you. Nadiem Makarim, Menteri Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry, time need and so short time. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Dia Savitri. We can conclude from her wonderful speech that, our dikti, higher education already helps us to make the awareness of sexual violence in our environment, that is campus or universities. Thank you, Ibu Dia. Okay, Professor Dia. Thank you. It's very wonderful and helpful for us. Okay. Okay, next will be the second presenter, Ibu Dr. Andrea Carroll. Good morning, Ibu Andrea Carroll.
Hello, yes, good morning. Assalamualaikum. Om Swastiastu.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, Om
Yes.
Swastiastu. Okay, Ibu Andrea Carroll now stays in Bali. She got her first, her bachelor degree from Leicester University. Is that right, Ibu? Okay, and then the master degrees from USA. And then how about doctorate? I haven't got your information about this, Ibu Andrea Carroll.
My doctor is from the USA and my master.
I see. Okay, okay.
The other way around.
Yeah, okay. So she was from Yorkshire, England. Okay. Someday I hope that we will go there.
Yes, I hope so. You are very welcome. We're very friendly and bunty.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. And then, it's very important for us also, after we learn from Ibu Professor Pratiwi about the sexual violence and how to raise up the awareness about the danger of that. And now we also will have another insight from Ibu Andrea Carroll. So time is yours, Ibu, please.
Okay, thank you so much. So please let me share my screen if I may. Okay, that's great.
Bapak Ibu tolong yang
It's a little noisy.
Excuse me, Pak Haryono.
Hello.
As a moderator, this is Hartawan, Pak Haryono.
Yes, I know.
Please ask everyone in the office to keep silent for a second, not to be so noisy. Okay, please and please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Silakan, please go ahead, Dr. Andy Carroll. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to say a big thank you for inviting me here today to discuss gender issues in language literacy and in culture. And it's my honor to share my skills and share my insight into these very important issues that we're all coming here together today to discuss. So thank you so much. Please move on. The slide, if we can move on one. Okay, great. Just to introduce myself, just to give you an overview of who I am. I've lived in Indonesia now for 6 years. People would say that I'm an activist in education. I specialize in the dyslexic brain, the neuroscience, I would say, in creating educational intervention programs for individuals who are dyslexic. And today I'm going to create a presentation for you that will hit, hopefully, those specific topics. I've actually created multiple research studies here in the sector of SEN, which is special educational needs. And I've created an NGO in 2018 called Bali Dyslexia Foundation. And due to the success, it's led me to build an art school for 16 to 19-year-olds. And the art school is a vocational 3-year program which underpins inclusive learning, gender equality. It's an eco-friendly, carbon-neutral school in which it's built on the very principles of celebrating neurodiversity through arts and performing arts. Please move on one. So let's talk about inclusive learning, teaching techniques, and gender equality, all of which are highly relevant in today's topic. Kindly move on. So gender equality is a very hot topic, I would say, my experience in the year of 2022 in Indonesia as a country. As a whole, it's becoming more involved in the importance of this, especially from an educational perspective. Partnerships have been formed with UNESCO, with UNICEF and the British Council, and this showing from the government side the intention to change policies and to create new ones underpinning social justice. Please move on. At local level, national and global levels, gender equality in education remains a priority area for governments, civil society, and multilateral organizations. Please move on. Unfortunately, there are many schools today that still in education prioritize boys over girls in the classroom. I've seen this many, many times in the schools that I've created my research on, and I've been in many provinces in Indonesia, and I've seen this myself, that boys are still very much prioritized over girls in education. Culture does have an impact on this. Can I share my screen? So, because the slides are jumping. Sorry, Mr. Moderator. Can I control my own slides?
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much. Then we'll be a little cohesive with the slides. Okay. Okay. So here we are. So unfortunately, there are many schools that today still actually prioritize the boys over girls. I've seen this in many of my research study, and the correlation between inclusive learning and gender equality is pertinent. Gender equality occurs in classroom when a teacher actually practices inclusive learning. When inclusive learning takes place, then magic tends to happen. It enables all the students to take part and to reach their full potential. And when teachers teach inclusively, it generally dictates the set, I would say the tone of the classroom. It actually means that most times there is no discrimination against students. They are not marginalized for their learning differences. That may be dyslexia, dyscalculia, autism, ADHD, their disability, their gender, their sexual orientation, their race, or their religion. In my 6 years experience in observing mainstream schools, I see a huge disparity for SEN, which is special educational needs. My main responsibility has been skilling up local teachers and providing them with knowledge on how to teach inclusively so everyone can be involved. And by doing so, they help my organization, BDF, to find and to identify children in education for all ages who have learning difficulties such as dyslexia. Once identified, because now they leave the workshop with knowledge, these students come onto my remedial literacy program, and this is the impact. The impact of teaching inclusively is incredibly powerful, and the number of girls that we have on my program far outweighs the boys. The ratio between the girls and the boys is 70% girls. So the program that we really roll out, which underpins inclusive education, which we're incredibly mindful about gender and equality to the girls, this is the impact that we are creating. The partnerships that we have with our education organizations in Bali, we've got the MOUs that give us access to the school so we can monitor the impact that we are delivering. I really want to understand what we are doing is working, what we're doing is succeeding. And by showing that and measuring that, we take the end of semester results from the children that we come on before the program. And some of these results that we can see if we look at cadet, the score, it starts at around about 60% to 64%. The blue represents math, the orange represents Indonesia, Bahasa Indonesia, and the gray represents Bahasa English. So what I'm interested in with these students who are predominantly girls is to provide a remedial literacy program to enable them to have the soft skills that will allow them to move on and to create successful lives for themselves and for their families. When they come on, they're scoring between 60 and 65%. So when they join us, they are failing in the fundamental basics of literacy. And then after, as you can see, with some of our sample students here, and this is after 2 or 3 semester results tests, which we ask to the SDA schools to share their percentage, they are now scoring between 70 and 95%. So some of these kids who are coming into my program, they're exposed to inclusive teaching practices. They're mainly girls that we focus, and we give them access, just as much access to than the boys. It just works out that in a percentage that most of my students on the program are girls. And then another couple of the samples of Cadet Agus Putri here, we don't have a gray percentage for him in English because he just didn't know any English whatsoever. And now you can see that after for Cadet Agus Putra, he's scoring 80% in Bahasa English. And that is incredible as to where he came from and where he is now. Some of our students are actually scoring between 90 and 97% in their literacy skills. Inclusive teaching, creativity and innovation brings about interest and motivation to students, to girls, to boys, and to all learner types, such as dyslexia. All teachers, all educators in all areas and provinces of Indonesia can make that transition from teacher-centric to student-centric approach. When it's broken down into 3 basic steps, we focus on, before the class, identifying the learning objectives. So this is just some simple steps that we really focus on in the teacher training workshop. We plan the specific learning activities and assessment and the sequence of the lesson. We create a realistic timeline and plan a lesson for closure. Step 2 is during the class. And step 2 is where we put lots of emphasis on formative assessment. We're checking knowledge. We're checking that all our learners have been reached, including the girls and the boys in the classroom, and that teaching inclusively is happening. Also after the class, that's where reflection occurs. That's where we talk about what worked well and what we can reflect on to improve. All these are very key fundamental aspects to reaching all learner types in one classroom at one time whilst practicing inclusive education. So the tutor's role would come mainly away from being a standard teacher, I would say. My teachers working for my organization for sure move away from that role, and they move more into a facilitator's role, a facilitator that promotes and provokes independent thinking and thought and imagination and creativity. They help students uncover knowledge, front of the classroom disappearance. Students, that means that they move away from their desk, they move around the classroom, and they facilitate knowledge occurring. My students do not work on single desks. They work in an inclusive environment, peer-to-peer learning, collaborative learning, and working in groups, sharing skills. They provide remediation and enrichment. That's what the teachers provide for our students. And we build in tech support and other facilities that we can use to help with assessment and track and record all our learners. This is a snapshot of my inclusive classroom. And this is a snapshot of my classroom, one of the classrooms in Bali. This is the classroom that we have been facilitating since 2018-19. And this is where students come for the remedial literacy program. So by teaching inclusively, teachers will discover an understanding, a deeper understanding of their students. They'll discover what kind of struggles that they have with reading and writing, the fundamental basics in literacy. If we don't provide gender equality for the very basic literacy in our curriculum, the girls are going to be significantly left behind. The teachers will be able to easily identify the struggling girls, the struggling boys, who often struggle with normal traditional methods of teaching. They'll discover dyslexic kids. And I'm going to talk about dyslexia for a couple of minutes because that's my expertise, if you will. So just to give you an understanding what dyslexia is, and we find that this is very prominent in girls too. So the symptoms of dyslexia is the oral language skills, the auditory, visual and processing language based, The phonological awareness, so sometimes they can say words and get the words mixed up. Sometimes to what they hear, it doesn't really correlate to what they say. Sequencing and directionality, overwhelming, giving too many instructions at one time can be a real issue for dyslexic students. Reading fluency can be a bit sticky for them because their visual processing skills are not as fast as a regular student's brain. Short-term memory and working memory, numerical skills, organization ability. And these are the main symptoms, and it's not always the same. Dyslexia is highly complex learning difficulty. The impact of dyslexia as a barrier to learning varies in degree according to the learning and teaching environment. So just to move on here, that dyslexia affects vision, language, attention, and thought. But these areas in the brain can be rewired. And that means that they can come onto a remediation program. We can understand the profile of that child and that we can help them come from a 60% failure to a 97% success rate in their literacy skills. So we've got two brains here. We've got a typical reader's brain and a dyslexic brain. You can see visually the difference in the two. Dyslexia is genetic. We can't solve it and we can't fix it, and we cannot give a miracle cure. But a dyslexic brain can be highly creative. A dyslexic brain can be a great asset to a classroom. There are many famous people, Albert Einstein, Thomas Edison, who was dyslexic. So we just need to know how that we must approach them. And even if we don't, as educators, know anything about this disorder, if we follow the inclusive teaching methodologies and practices, we can reach dyslexic students. We will be able to do this. So the cause of seeing of dyslexia is it's not a mental retardation, it's not brain damage or a lack of intelligence. And it varies from person to person. And researchers have recently identified that it is genetic. So usually when we find that our students are dyslexic, then we usually find at the same time that their parents, either their mom or their father, is also dyslexic. So the test results and just some samples of case results, case study results, just to give you an idea of what dyslexic handwriters skills look like. We can see here from a couple of my students that reverse letters, flipping letters, that's very, very common. So if some of our educators out there does actually see this in the education system, then that could be enough for you to say that this child may actually be dyslexic, because those are the common signs. Not every child will have these symptoms, but these symptoms are extremely common: flipping letters and reversing numbers. Also, a dyslexic can see writing like this. So this is seeing it from a dyslexic's perspective. The girls that we have on our program, they come very, I would say, broken in a way of their relationship with education is not virtually non-existent, because they come from extremely happy homes and happy families, but their relationship with education is damaged. And that's mainly because if they're dyslexic and they are asked or told by their teacher to read a book, and that book looks a little something like this, then they're going to struggle to read. and exposing that in the classroom in front of all their friends and in front of the teacher can have such a huge social and emotional impact. So that's just to give you an insight into a dyslexic brain who has symptoms with their visual frontal cortex. So what can teachers or educators do to support girls in the classroom to practice gender equality, to practice helping and reaching all learner types, is to put inclusive teaching into action. That's what we can do immediately without relying on the government to give us tools, to give us materials, to give us funding. We don't need that. We can do that by using ourselves and focusing on delivery. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Andrea Carroll. It's very great for us to learn, to understand. Yeah, there are some unfortunate students who suffer dyslexia. Okay, thank you, Ibu.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, next will be Ibu Susi Ong, PhD from Indonesian University. She got her bachelor degree from Tokyo University, and then the master degree from Hitotsubashi Tokyo, and then the doctoral degree from Hitotsubashi Tokyo as well. Okay, so she is an expert on Japanese culture and the society and the people and so on. Okay, so without further ado, we catch or understand or hear or listen what will be delivered by Ibu Susi Ong. Please, Ibu.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderators, and thank you, everybody, and thank you very much for giving this very good opportunity to share. I would just want to share with you some information, some knowledge, insights about gender issue in Japan. Perhaps my presentation has less to do, I think, not much to do with other presentations. I'm from the field of Japanese studies, and I think in Unitomo you also have a Department of Japanese Studies. My point is that there's a lot of misunderstanding of insights or information which is misleading about Japan in Indonesia. So what I want to do here is very simple. Actually, it's very simple. I'm not so ambitious. Just to want to correct some misleading informations or misconceptions about Japan. I also think that it might be also important. So, please let me share my screen. Well, so my it's okay. It's shown well. So my presentation is very simple. My topic is women mass organizations and war in the 20th century Japan. Perhaps some people, I think most of people here in Indonesia or in other countries in Southeast Asia, when we talk about Japan, usually we neglect that there's a part of history. Not so long ago, it's a wartime. So it's under wartime. So today and about gender issues. Have a next slide. Here, when we talk about gender issues in Indonesia, usually we will also some noise, please. Please unmute. Please unmute.
Bapak Ibu, tolong yang tidak presentasi, tolong di mute dulu. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Please go on, Bu Susi.
Okay. Yes. Please mute yourself. We usually have this gender equality diagrams, and we do comparison. We do international comparison, and that's something very astonishing. That Japan, as advanced nations with very high quality, high levels standard of living standards, with high level of educations. But coming to considering the gender equalities, Japan is has a very low ranking. For instance, in 2020, it's about 120. It ranks 120 or something. But well, usually it was it is very low. It has been very low and still very low. So most of us in Indonesia, we think we tend to consider that women are barred from the public domains. They are confined in the domestic areas. So Japanese women seemingly been confined to domestic spheres, and then we tend to jump into conclusion. We concluded that it's a part of Japanese tradition or culture. And for us in the Japanese Department of Japanese Studies, there's a keyword, I think, in Japanese. It's a ryosai kenbo. It literally it can be translated into a ryosai, a good wife and wise mother. So the idea of women in Japan, women's are educated to be a good wife and wise mother, not as career women, not working in the public domain as workers, as staff, as a government employee, and getting salary and be financially independent. It's not something Japanese, so it's part of Japanese culture, and that and by that we try to explain in here in Indonesia that Japanese women are not, it's uncommon for Japanese women to work outside house and earn money. But only about 100 years ago, so in 1920, there's a statistics among women aged 15 to 59, 59% were working. So more than half of women in working age, they work. Why? Yes, to earn a living. Yeah, and then for Tokyo citizens, this modern city, the percentage was 34.3. So we have Tokyo is women's in working age, they work. So not all of them. It's just quite high. Not all of them do not just act as a good wife and wise mother. So my point is that here is that the idea of Japanese women as Rosa Campbell is misleading. So about 100 years ago, more than half of women they work. And also before that, it is a percentage. Before that, there's no statistics, so we cannot know the exact numbers, but they work. Well, and then what I want to point to stress here is during the wartime women were mobilized to work. They have to work. So before that, before 1920s, the first women organization in Japan, it is patriotic women organizations in Japan. Japanese Aikoku Fujinkai. It's founded in 1901 by these two names, which perhaps are not so familiar, I think, here for us. It's Okumura, Yoko and other women from upper class. By upper class, perhaps for you, you are familiar with the word samurai. The samurai are the elite class in Japan in pre-modern era, in the Tokugawa era. It numbers about 2% of the whole population of Japan. So they were really elites. So the elites, women from this elite class, they found the first women organization in modern Japan. And then they also organize women nationwide, and their task, their aim in Indonesia, we say visi dan misi, is to assist widows and orphans of war, because modern Japan also identical with war. This is something we tend to neglect. So after the war, after Meiji Restoration, there war. Japan waged war with China and with Russia, and then in the Asia Pacific Wars. So during this war, it was a man. So the male were sent to the battlefield, but not just the men sent to the battlefield. The women are they stay home. So the women were mobilized not only by the government, but also by the ordinary peoples, organized them to help the governments and wage the war. So for these organizations, Aikoku Fujinkai, patriotic women organization, they have with more than 3 million members nationwide. These are only members, and then when they work, so their influence are, I think, is not just and unfair for us to neglect their roles in the Japanese society. And next, we come to 1932. As in 1932, actually, it is also not very familiar with us in Indonesia. Japan has waged war in China. China is a very big, China mainland is a very big country. So Japan want to conquer China, so have to send soldiers, and then more and more, and eventually millions of soldiers, males, to the front, to the battlefield in China. And then for that purpose, the Japanese, for this, so in 1922, National Defense Women's Organization was founded by women in each area. So this time, the founders are not the social elites like before. It's the ordinary, the business, not upper class, but the middle class in Japan, and they founded in each areas in Japan. So okay, wait, why? Recording stop? Is okay? Can I continue? Pak Moderator, you are muted.
Okay, you can continue, Ibu.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, and then so what did they do? These women. Perhaps in Indonesia we can call it Ibu-Ibu PKK. Ibu-Ibu PKK was not, well, it's a women organizations. So this organization have a huge numbers of members. It's not a nation. Actually, so initially it's not a nationwide organization. It's established by initiatives of women, first in Osaka, a big city in Japan, and then later they develop, they expand nationwide. Also, they are missing, but their project were organizing local women in each area for a ceremony sending off local young men as soldiers to battlefield. So in each city or town or village, there are young men recruited and being sent to the battlefield. That is very hard for these young men, and also, of course, for their families, their parents or relatives sending these young men to the battlefield. And everything is uncertain. Perhaps that will be this man cannot survive the war, so maybe he will die in the war battlefield or something, etc. So these young women organizations organize the people's villagers to hold a ceremony to send this those young men to the battlefield, and then welcoming soldiers coming back, just came back from the battlefields. And then rationalize and teach the people's families in this. I'm sorry, perhaps I have it's better for me to stop my virtual background. It can become also sorry. Okay, so I'm sorry, I think I better do not use my virtual background. So let me continue my screen sharing. Yeah. And rationalization of household work is they teach, go out door to door, teach the villagers and also people, citizens in their families in the city, town, and the village, how to rationalize their housework and the spending. So teach the people also to send the women's housewives to rationalize how they can conduct their household work, which can save their energy and time, and then saving. So their slogan is national defense starts from the kitchen. Okay, next. Okay, sorry. And then during the end of the war, there was a workforce shortage during the wartime because many young men were sent to the battlefield and then they did not survive, so they died in the battlefield. So young men or male workforce who before work in the agricultural sectors or in the factories, like in the factories or in the ammunition factories. Those are fields or places especially preserved for the male. But now because of the shortage of the male workforce, and so young women, including young men, were mobilized to work in the factories, and especially in railway sectors as locomotive drivers, which is really, I don't think I never seen a female locomotive driver here now in the 20th and 21st centuries, but they were in the end of wartime. So the whole railway sectors, so the local drivers or people working in the railway station, all were women. And then women. So women were encouraged, mobilized, encouraged, and forced to work in the public domains, in the factories, in the companies, in this railway sector, etc. Perhaps for you in the Japanese study, doing Japanese studies, there's also a slogan or encouragement from the Japanese government nowadays in 2020s, in the early 20s, nowadays in 21st century, to encourage Japanese women to go out of their homes, the domestic domains, and come to work in public domains, in company, etc., etc. And if you do not know this historical background, there will be something, no problem. But for many Japanese activists, the feminists, they criticize government, and because in reminiscence of the government's slogans and policies during the end of wartime. So before women were mobilized, and now it seems that we are back to the wartime. And then there's a clear legislations, so undang-undang, so legislation that prohibited male aged 16 to 40, so workforce, from being engaged in a number of occupations. There's a list. So for this, this is about 20 occupations that male in the age 16 to 40 are not allowed to work, engaged in those fields. It is exclusively for women. So during the wartime, all women's, young women's in working age, who are not in sick or in this with physical disabilities are mobilized all to work. Why? Because the nation, the government, the regime need them as a workforce. And then I continue. So women organization, modern Japan era. The third one. Maybe this is something information might be useful for you doing for those who are doing want to do a research in gender issues in Japan. Women organization in modern Japan in 1942. So before I introduce us, talk about two women organizations established in 1901 and 1932, and then those these two big women organization and together with other smaller women organization merged in 1942 to become a nation, organization for national scale, or the Japan Women Organizations, or Dainippon Fujinkai. It's an nationwide organization with more than 21 million members. We know that at this time, Japanese population is less than 100 millions. So we can imagine how big the scale of this organization. And what did they do? Their visi and misi. So their tasks are, among others, are taking care of families with sons sent to battlefield. So more specifically, among them are finding brides for unmarried young men about to be sent to the battlefield. So the government, the Ministry of Domestic Affairs, they have the data. Database in which area, which village, town, and city there are young men aged 20 and physically fit to be sent to the battlefield. So they will send a letter for summon to summon them. So you will, so the name, the letter is are sent to the village head, Kepala Desa. So and then they will distribute it to each family that which have sons to be sent into the battlefield. And the term for the period, the term for them to prepare is sometimes less than 1 week or just 1 week. And in case if this young man is unmarried, and it is also highly possible that he won't survive the war, so he will die in the battlefield. The family will become a big loss for the family, especially because these young men were unmarried and have no offspring. So this women organization, their members will help. They will help finding brides. They know because they have database who are the families in this village or town or cities that have young girls or suitable for of the age suitable for marriage. They will go and persuade and force these ladies to marry young men about to be sent to the battlefield, and they will arrange all the marriage ceremony, etc., and hoping that they will get married, being married as soon as possible. And the ladies, the bride, the bride will get pregnant before her husband, their husbands was sent to the battlefield. So if those ladies get pregnant, then the parents of those young men will be persuaded. It will be easier to persuade them to let their sons be sent to the battlefield. So even though in case that their son die in the battlefield, at least they have offspring. So this is actually very cruel. I think it's very cruel. This policies by the women's what the women did to other women, and then conducting seminars to encourage young women to marry ex-soldiers with physical disabilities. So in case there were young men sent to the battlefield and they survive, unmarried, survive, and then come back to their home, come back to Japan with physical disabilities. Their hands and foot are amputated during the war. They were wounded, deaf, or blinded, or become deaf. So anyway, it's physical disabilities. Of course, we know for young men for men with those physical disabilities, it is very hard for them to find an ex-spouse or wife. So this women organization conduct seminars to encourage, to persuade. It's something like maybe a negative connotation, brainwashing young women to marry those ex-soldiers with physical disabilities. And then the other among their tasks are surveillance on war video and harassing them. So this is harassment them if they plan to remarriage. So during the war, there are also many Japanese,
Excuse me,
soldiers.
Ibu.
So waktunya ya?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Okay. I will end it soon. Harass them if they plan to remarriage. So, well, this is my slide, the further conclusions. So my presentation is very simple. I just ask you to rethink. It's about women and state in modern Japan. It's not simply an oppressive regime that barred women from the public domain versus women as a victim. So women as victims and also as victimizers. And then the other one is not culture or tradition. This one point is I want to stress. Not what determines Japan as Japan we see today, or we see today is not their culture or tradition, but the policy. So it's not the culture, but the policies matters. Thank you.
Okay, Ibu Chusiong, it's very wonderful for us to enjoy your speech, and it can be very benefit for us. And I learned about this one, about the Japanese society at the time and how women try to put themselves on the society, especially during the war. Okay, thank you. Next will be Ibu Dua Ahmad Nahrawi. Okay, Ibu Dua. Ibu Dua. Assalamualaikum. Ibu doa, Assalamualaikum. Welcome. Yeah, do you speak Indonesian or English?
Masih di mute itu.
Masih di mute. Okay, Ibu doa, we cannot hear, we cannot listen or hear what you say.
Mute. Okay.
Okay, Ibu doa.
Yeah, I'm here now.
Okay. Do you speak Indonesian or English or in what language you speak?
As you like.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So you can try. Sabahul khair. Hal anti
Sabah
fi
nur.
Misr? Hal anti fi
Yeah.
Misr al-an?
Yeah.
Okay.
نعم أنا في مصر.
Okay. Okay, you can start. You have 25 minutes to deliver. Actually, I am a lover of Arabic literature as well, but written in English, like Nawal Sadawi
Okay.
and so on. Okay, please.
Yeah. Okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning from Egypt. First of all, allow me to thank you for inviting me to this wonderful forum. I hope my presentation will give you an insight or a new insight about the gender in Arab literature. Okay, do you have my slides, my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so the title is Gender in Arab Literature, so I choose between feminism, Western prejudices, and repackaging. Okay, as we know, the next slide, gender has become an issue for many years, with people questioning about gender rules and activists or feminists advocating for gender equality. So are we there yet? Are we almost there? Are we almost create a world with zero gender gap? Okay, according to Gender Inequality Index and Global Gender Gap Index, we still need 135 years to close gender gap worldwide. So it's a long way to go. Okay, next slide. Okay, and now how about gender or gender inequality in the Arab world? Does it exist? The answer is yes, it exists in many forms. Some of its existence because the patriarchal system that adopted in the Arab countries. For example, just a few years ago, women in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia finally have the right to have their driving license, to drive their vehicle without without afraid of being arrested. So it's when women all over the world can drive, women in Saudi Arabia just 4 years ago still can't drive and afraid of being arrested. But does it mean Arab countries are conservative with political paralysis, cultural stagnance? Does it mean women in the Arab world are oppressed by male, are oppressed by the patriarchy system, and does it appear in their literature? So let's find out. The next slide, please. Okay. So if I ask you a question, what the first thing cross on your mind when you think about Arab woman, when you're thinking about Arab woman? Perhaps some of you will say a woman who covered her body from head to toe. Other will say a stay-at-home mom who doesn't allow to go to work, or a daughter who doesn't allow to have education. Or maybe some will say a wife who stay at home while her husband have another 2 or 3 women, which is quite right, yeah, but not 100% true. Okay, the next slide. So because there's a stereotype image about Arab women, Perhaps you got that image because the media show you that image of Arab woman. Like when you think of Arab or Egypt, you'll think about camel and Sahara and so on. So there's a stereotype image. I choose here. Okay, there's some noise. Okay, so I choose here only 3 factors that contribute to the stereotyping of women or of Arab women. First is feminism. The second is Western prejudices, and the third is repackaging. Okay, as we know, women represented. Of course, it's based on the reality. But if we agree that literature is a powerful tool with which we can provoke an idea, we can give an indigenous message, we can encourage or discourage someone to do something or to believe in something or not. So these 3 factors, feminism, Western prejudices, use literature as a tool, as a weapon to achieve their goal, to legalize their agenda or to socialize their agenda. Feminists use literature to encourage women to speak up, to fight for her rights. And the West have an agenda in the Arab Arab world, in the Arab world, in the Middle East, in North Africa. So if you believe in the conspiracy and that kind of stuff, so it's quite relevant here. Next slide, please. Okay, so feminism in Arab literature. It's a quite short presentation, so I choose just the important thing to share. Feminism in Arab literature, let's say, because there's a problem in Arab. There's a gender issue, but is the problem in the Arab world the same with the problem faced by women in America, for example, in Europe, for example? Of course, it's not. So, if we use the feminist idea, the Western feminist ideal into the Arab world as a remedy, it's impossible. It's not relevant. For example, after the 3rd and 4th wave of feminism, there's a tendency that feminists refer to sexual liberation or sexual freedom, which is not acceptable in the Arab world, and not because the patriarchal system, not because the oppression of men. We cover our body not because our husband told us to do so, or our father told us to do so. So there's a quite difference. So the feminism in the Arab, in that what's shown in the literature, is based on the answer of what makes women in Arab feel marginalized, feel discriminated, feel insecure. And in some of that issues still unspoken. For example, there's an issue, there's a marital rape issue, there's a honor killing issue. So that's the kind of problem, gender problem, which are exist in the Arab world, in the Middle East, or in Egypt to be more specific. Okay, so if you're interested in reading and understanding feminism and the representation of women in literature, also to understand what is the problem faced by women in the Arab world and the problem the women should cope with every day in her everyday life, I suggested these 4 books, these 4 novels. The first is The Open Door by Latifah Zayat. It's a novel that discuss about a woman who fighting the patriarchy system, fighting the colonialism, fighting the middle class family values. Also, we have Daria Saharil Mugi. It's talking about a middle class working woman and the problem he should cope with and the social expectation of her. And we also have Woman 8.0 by Nawal Saadawi. Nawal Saadawi is one of the leading feminist activist in Egypt, and one of her book made a backlash in Egyptian society a few years ago when she wrote Arab her book titled Arab and Women in Sex. Yeah, and you can have Nawal Saadawi book in English or even in Indonesia. It's translated in many languages actually. So Woman 8.0, it's quite interesting book because Nawal Saadawi is a doctor, is a psychologist, and he's studying women in prison that refuse to talk, even if what she may say can mean her freedom, but she keeps silent. So it's quite interesting because there's many gender problem in Egypt at the time she made that books, and she revealed it to the society. Also, I suggested The Wives of Men by Salwa Bakr. It's 13 short stories. By reading this, you will know about this struggles the woman in Egypt should live with in her everyday life. Okay, the next slide, please. Okay, Western prejudices and repackaging. As I just said that there's a tendency or the idea of the West that Arab women need to be saved. So it's quite interesting. They believe that the Arab world is oppressed by the patriarchy system. They believe that Arab women, or they want to believe that. Why they want to believe that? Sometimes because they want to legalize what their agenda in the Middle East, just like what I've said. Their agenda may be a political agenda, maybe economical agenda, maybe a social agenda, sometimes youth, sometimes in the other meaning. So let's just agree that when I want you to believe something, I would try to make you believe that what I believe is the right thing, what I believe is the correct things to do, what I believe is the urgent things to accomplish. So just like when they enter Iraq and they use the media to convince the people that there's a biological weapon in Iraq. Just like when they enter Afghanistan and they say there's a woman in Afghanistan need to be saved, there's a terrorist stay there, so on and so on. So it may be true, but it's not the whole the whole picture. So they choose a part of the truth and they work on it. Okay, I hope you understand this. Okay, so to convince their readers, so they use the repackaging. What I mean repackaging is that we make a makeover when we translate. We make a makeover when you translate a literal text. So you can change a little in the title, you can change a little in the text, but to give or to manipulate the reader and to provoke them with a certain ideas, so they believe that book is their kind of book. That book is the book that support what they believe. For example, here the book of Huda Sharawi. Huda Sharawi is the pioneer of feminist movement in Egypt. She founded the first women union in 1924. Her memoir, in Arab, the title is Muzakkarati, which is mean my memoir. But when it's translated into English, they change my memoir to Harem Years. So Harem Years, a memoir of an Egyptian feminist. Where's the problem? Okay, harem is woman, so why harem years? Let's just look at the harem. Harem refers to a term, refers to a concubine, a group of women who serve a single man. So a group of women who stay together, their rules is only to serve that man, feed him, give him a sexual pleasure, make sure he is on the top of the world. So harem itself have an implicit meaning of an oppressed woman as the inferiority of women. And when they use harem, we also limit the struggle of Huda Sha'rawi from feminists and the activists who fight the colonialism into a woman who seek to liberate herself from the men oppression. So here's the problem. That is the problem. When you do the repackaging with adding or choosing certain term, it can give another meaning, or it can support a meaning that the publisher wants and not the writer wants. Okay. Okay. The second example here, also a book by Gnawal Sadawi. In Arabic, the title is Al-Wajh Al-Ayri lil-Mar'a Al-Arabiyya. They translated it, the translation, yeah, the semantic translation is the neck face of Arab women. But they translate it in English, they translate it into the hidden face of Eve. So also, where is the problem? You may ask, where's the problem? The problem is in Eve. Why? Because historically, the creation of Eve from the ribs of Adam, from Adam ribs, give the meaning that woman is inferior to Eve, inferior to Adam. So also they want to give that that meaning to the woman. They want to give that image to the woman in the Arab world. They want to make their reader believe that in the East, women are oppressed by female, women are oppressed by the patriarchy system, women are oppressed by the society expectation and values and the norms and etc. So the repackaging can help you to provoke an idea, can help you to strengthen an idea, but in the other way, it's give the persona, yeah, because the publisher sell the persona of the writer. So the author Huda Sha'rawi here in Nawal Sadawi, from an activist who speak in their society, they speak against their society. So it just limit the struggle of the woman here. Okay, the last slide, I think. Oh no, not last. Okay. So now, women representation in Arab literature. So after, I hope you understand the cultural background of the image of Arab women. So in literature, we will find that image of women. Women represented as a mother who sacrificed her life for her children, or a virgin who seek to get married. And sometimes the representation of woman is an inferior, submissive, or submissive. But I just cited three because Raida Ramadan have made a research where he studied literature during 20 years. So the literature in that period, yeah, from 1960 to 1000 something. So he concluded that he concluded that there's all three representation of women in the Arab literature. The first is victimized. Victimized, it means the woman always inferior, passive, submissive. In Arab, we say it la hawla laha wa la quwwa. She has no power. He has no power. He can't fight what her husband say. He can't fight for her right. He can't fight for anything. So he just it's the classic, yeah, it's the classic representation of woman and victimized. We find it in the classic literature. The second is escapee. Escapee is a woman who fight for her rights. So it starts to fight for her identity, and it can be found in Ihsan Abdul Quddus novels. Many of Ihsan Abdul Quddus novels. Between them is Ana Hurra. Ana Hurra. It's a novel which means I'm free. So it's one of Ihsan Abdul Quddus novels. And three is pawn. Pawn is attractive and sexualized, so it's used by other men to achieve what they want. So one of the example of pawn we can find in Naguib Mahfouz novel, Cairo 30 or New Cairo. Naguib Mahfouz, if you don't know, he is the winner of the Nobel Prize in literature. In New Cairo, there's a female character named Ihsan Iffat. So Ihsan Iffat worked as a war for her husband boss. So it's and her husband in his part choose to entertain herself by all the privilege given to him by her boss, by his boss in the office, rather than fight for his wife honor. So this is the three type of representation of women in the Arab. In the modern literature, we found this is not the typical image of woman, because in the modern literature there's a mix of gender roles. So sometimes we found the female character is more powerful than the male character. It's independent, strong, wise, leading. So it's changed. So I can say the gender role in the gender representation of women in literature changed by the changing rules in the society. So and it's shown quite clearly. Yeah. Okay, the last slide, please. Okay. So to conclude, we may answer these three questions. Do oppressive patriarchal norms and values exist in Arab world? And does literature help in revealing the unspoken and advocating for women's rights? The question is yes, because many literature, literal texts questioning the patriarchal system of relation, questioning the gender rules, questioning the right of women. So, and also many writers, because they aware of the far-reaching consequence from what they write, they become a corrective to the misconception of Arab women, of the misconception or the lies that given to the Arab woman by the outsiders. So yes, the answer is yes. Okay, does Western prejudice still govern the market for Arabic literal text translation? Yeah, we should confess that, because it's in one way or another, it helps to legalize their agenda and to make them get what they want in the Middle East by convincing the Western leader also. the Arab woman itself that she is oppressed. So it's quite interesting. Does the representation of women in Arab literature change through the time? Yeah, it's just I've just said that. Yeah, it changed. We the representation as the woman roles in the gender roles in the society change. The representation of women in the literature also change. Okay, I hope this short presentation give you an insight about gender in in Arab literature. Also the true or the reality of women in the Middle East and North Africa. Thank you for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, Ibu Doa, Jayyid Jiddan, syukran katsira. Nahnu fi Indonesia, nafhamu Fatimah Mednisi, wa Nawal Al-Sadawi, wa Najib Mahfud. Oke, nakra'u kutuba.
وهناك الكثير أيضا.
Okay.
لابد أن تقرأ لهم.
Next will be Professor Faisal. Okay, it's time for Professor Faisal. Professor Faisal is a professor of Al-Quran and Al-Quran University from Sudan, right? Yeah.
Yeah, from Sudan.
Okay. Or do you want to speak in English or Indonesian? Oh, Bu Dua will help, right, Bu Dua?
Ya, insyaAllah.
Okay, syukran. Okay, tafadhal, kaifa haluk ya Professor Faisal?
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, bikhair,
Yeah.
جيدة.
Sami'tu anta fi Malang.
صحيح، أنا في مالانج إندونيسيا.
Okay, tafadhal. Okay.
شكرا على الفرصة.
Okay, 25 minutes Pak Faisal ya.
Kam?
25 menit.
20 menit?
25 menit, ya.
Oke, terima kasih.
Oh, 30 ya, karena mungkin ada dibantu oleh Bu Dua ya, Afwan. 30 minutes ya Bu Dua ya.
Okay.
Because you help him to translate. Ya.
Insyaallah.
أكثر لا يعلم عربيا.
طيب أنا سأتكلم بالعربية شيئا ما يمكن اللجنة تترجم جيد.
Okay, please.
دعاء تساعدنا في الترجمة.
Yeah, we'll be ready for you.
أهلا وسهلا.
Okay, you can start, Prof.
Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله الأمين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. ثم أما بعد, saya bisa mungkin pakai bahasa Indonesia sedikit-sedikit. Pagi hari ini saya bahagia sekali bisa ikut seminar internasional ini. Jadi saya ucapkan terima kasih untuk University Dr. Sutomo di Surabaya. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. I want to say thank you for University Sutomo and faculties letters for organizing this important international seminar. نظرا للوقت لدي 7 أو 8 من الشرائح. حاولت أن أترجم بعضها باللغة الإنجليزية. يمكن للإخوة في اللجنة أو في الكنترول إذا تمكنوا من العرض، أنا إن شاء الله سأقرأ بالعربية، ولكن لا بأس أن تكون الترجمة معروضة بالإنجليزية لمن شاء أن يتابع معنا إن شاء الله. الموضوع أو الورقة التي سأتحدث عنها هي بعنوان التراث الثقافي والفن والأدب في مواجهة التحديات العالمية. ومن قبل أشكر للإخوة والأخوات الذين شاركوا بالكلمات الطيبة. Thank you for all speakers. Dr. Andy Coral, Dr. Prof. Taha, and Susi, and Dr. Dua Ahmed from Misr from Egypt. لك الشكر يا أختي الكريمة. ويعني الموضوع عن الجنس والأدب العربي والتحيز للحركات الغربية صحيح موضوع يعني جدير.
الحمد لله.
يعني
الحمد لله. الترجم الذي قلته بعد إذنك. Okay, I have prepared some slides, and some of that slides I have translated into English, so you can understand it. The first slide I will talk about التراث الثقافي والفن والأدب. It's mean the heritage of cultural and literature in facing the challenge, the world challenge. And I also want to thank the other speakers who joined this forum. تفضل.
نعم. أتكلم أولا عن مفهوم التراث والفن. إذا تساءلنا ما هو التراث أو ما هو الفن، فالتراث لعله يشير أو هو كل ما خلفه السلف من آثار علمية وفنية وأدبية، سواء كانت مادية كالكتب والآثار أم معنوية كالأفكار والآراء والأنماط والعادات الحضارية المنتقلة من جيل إلى جيل.
So the first thing I would like to give the definition of turas, or the heritage. Heritage is mean all we get from our ancestor, and whether it's material or not, like ideas and ideas, books, and so on.
نعم. ولعل الفرق إذا تساءلنا ما الفرق بين الفن والأدب، فالفرق بينهما هو أن الفن تعبير عن المهارات الإبداعية في الشكل البصري أو السمعي، يعني مسموعة أو منظورة. أما الأدب فهو يشير إلى الأعمال المكتوبة باعتبار وجودها، فهي تعتبر فيها الجدارة الفنية أو الناحية الفنية من حيث الكتابة.
So, and if we ask ourselves what's the difference between between the art and the literature, the art is what we can hear or see, while the literature is what we can read. تفضل.
نعم. بعدها الشريحة عن أهمية التراث والفن. أيضا إذا تساءلنا ما هي أهمية التراث والفن في حياة الشعوب والأمم، طيب أولا يعتبر رمزا للهوية ورمز أو رمز للهوية والإنسانية الخاصة بالأمم والشعوب.
So if we ask ourselves, can you just the third slide? Okay, the third slide, please. Okay. Again.
ثم أيضا من أهمية التراث والفن أنه يساهم في تعزيز الروابط بين الماضي والحاضر والمستقبل.
Okay. The heritage is what differentiate between the past, what make us understand the difference between the past, the present, and the future. Okay, next two slide, please.
نعم. هو أيضا مصدر التماسك الاجتماعي وتعزيز السلام بين الجميع.
Also, it help in creating peace and unity between people all over the world.
نعم. وفي هذا السياق أشير إلى أن دولة إندونيسيا أو المجتمع الإندونيسي يعني مشتهر بالتماسك والترابط. يعني أنا عشت أكثر من 10 سنوات في إندونيسيا، لا أرى إلا التآخي بين الناس، وهذا السبب الذي يحقق الأمن والسلم الاجتماعي. لذلك لا نجد الحروب والاقتتال في إندونيسيا مثل ما نجده في بعض دولنا العربية، مثلا في ليبيا وسوريا واليمن وغيره من هذه الدول.
After living in Indonesia for 10 years, I can say that Indonesia have a good social relationship, good kind and good what I say gotong royong. So in Indonesia gotong royong, so we can prevent ourselves from falling into dispute, wars, and like what happened in other countries.
نعم. ثم التراث يساهم أيضا في تعزيز الاقتصاد وإنعاشه، وخاصة الاقتصادات المحلية التي أظهرت أهمية التراث خاصة للسياح خارج البلاد، وإندونيسيا مشهورة ما شاء الله بالسياحة هنا عندهم.
Also, national heritage can help in the economic development, and it's shown by the number of tourists who visit Indonesia.
طيب، ثم ننتقل إلى الشريحة بعدها في أنواع التراث.
Okay, the next slide. Not there. Okay. Okay, the next slide. Okay. Okay, yeah.
أنواع التراث. طيب، في أنواع التراث وهي تتنوع. أولا التراث الديني، وهو ما يتم به حفظ أصول الدين، يعني المتمثلة مثلا في القرآن والكتب السماوية كالتوراة والإنجيل لكل الديانات يعني.
Okay, the first type of heritage is the related to religion, and its term we talk about the Al-Quran and all the holy books, the other holy books like Injil, Taurat, and so on.
ثم النوع الثاني من التراث هو التراث الثقافي. التراث الثقافي ويشمل المعالم الأثرية والفنون والتاريخ.
Okay, cultural heritage, it's including the place, touristic place, and or the art, and also the historical place.
ثم النوع الثالث هو التراث اللغوي، هو يهتم باللغة لأنها من أهم خصائص تكوين المجتمعات، وهي وسيلة التواصل بين الشعوب.
Okay, the third is the language heritage, because the language is very important to the creation of society. Also, it's a tool to communicate and to have a relation into the society with one to another.
نعم. ثم النوع الرابع هو التراث الأدبي، وهذا يمتد عبر تاريخ الحضارات القديمة في زمان الأنبياء منذ عهد سيدنا نوح إلى عهد سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم خاتم الأنبياء والمرسلين.
Okay, and the literature can it's very long. It's exists for so long. It's starting from Nabiullah Adam alayhi salam until the Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam.
النوع الخامس هو التراث العلمي، وهذا يشمل الفنون العلمية البحتة والتجريبية كالطب والصيدلة والفلك والرياضيات والهندسة وغيرها.
The last one is the scientific heritage. It's in the many exact science. تفضل.
ثم نأتي إلى الشريحة التي بعدها وهي عن
The next one. Okay.
دور التراث والفن في نهضة الأمم والشعوب.
Okay, the next one, next slide. Okay. تفضل.
نعم، دور التراث والفن في نهضة الأمم والشعوب. يعتبر التراث والفن جزء من هوية أي أمة من الأمم، وبالتالي فهو مفتاح نهضة الشعوب.
Okay, the heritage and art can play a role in the society development. So, as he stated here, the Renaissance of peoples.
نعم، ولا يمكن لأي أمة ذات شخصية أن تؤسس نهضتها على تراث غيرها.
So every society have to have an identity. So he cannot build or develop with other identity, with cloning others' identity.
نعم. ثم ينبغي أو يستوجب على الأمة التي تريد النهوض أن تربي أبنائها على معرفة التراث والفن.
So it's important to educate our children and to give them the knowledge about our identity and our heritage.
نعم، وينبغي كذلك أن يكون التراث والفن هو الموجه الأول لتقديم الشعوب ونهضتها.
So briefly, the heritage and the art is the key to the development of the society and to rise with their people. تفضل. The next slide.
شريحة بعدها.
Okay. Okay.
كيف نحافظ على التراث؟
How we can preserve our heritage.
طيب، أولا يقصد بالمحافظة على التراث أمرين مهمين. الأول
First, okay. تفضل.
يقصد بالمحافظة على التراث أمرين مهمين. الأول من الأمرين المحافظة على الآثار والمعالم والمواقع التاريخية وحمايتها والإبقاء عليها كما وصلتنا دون تعديل أو تغيير أو سرقة أو إتلاف.
Okay. Okay, to preserve our heritage, it means to preserve the historical heritage, the historical touristic places, and so on. So we can take advantage from it. تفضل.
نعم. ثم الثاني يقصد بالمحافظة على التراث إحيائه بالكشف عنه وصيانته وترميمه وجمعه وإبرازه في المحافل والمناسبات.
Also, we should take good care of it, restore it if it needs to. تفضل.
نعم. ثم الشريحة التي بعدها موقع.
The next two slides.
موقع الأدب والفن في التراث.
The next slide, the next two slides. Okay.
موقع الأدب والفن في التراث. طيب يعتبر الأدب والفن في كل عصر ومصر هو الينبوع الدائم الذي ينفجر منه التعبير عن القيم والأخلاق والعادات والثقافات.
Okay, so literature is it's the way how we express our values and how we educate our children about the morals, the custom, and the tradition.
نعم.
تفضل.
وقد أدرك الشعراء والأدباء والمبدعون قديما وحديثا دور الأدب والفن وعلاقته بالتراث، فكانوا لا يغفلون عن التراث في إنتاجهم الأدبي والفني.
So, in the making of the literature or the literal text, the poets, writers are aware of its importance. So they aware of it and they work to provide us with that kind of good literature. تفضل.
ثم الشريحة التي بعدها التراث ومواجهة تحديات العولمة.
The next slide. تفضل.
نعم. التراث ومواجهة تحديات العولمة. طيب العولمة إذا تساءلنا، العولمة هي ظاهرة عالمية تهدف إلى التكامل الثقافي والاقتصادي والتجاري والمالي والاتصالي لجعل العالم أكثر ترابطا، أو كما يقولون قرية واحدة.
Globalization is how we use our literature and our heritage to face the globalization in the world. So the globalization is where we find ourselves as in one big home together, as they say. تفضل.
ومن هنا يتبادر سؤال عن العولمة: هل العولمة نافعة أم ضارة للشعوب؟ هذا فيه كلام كثير، يعني هناك من يعتبر أنها ضارة وهناك من يعتبر أنها نافعة وهناك من يرى نأخذ بها ولكن بشروط.
So many questioning the globalization, is it good or not for the society? Have we go with it, or have we fight to not include ourselves in the globalization process? تفضل.
نعم. ثم يتبادر السؤال في كيف نواجه خطر العولمة؟ كيف نواجه خطر العولمة؟
And also we may questioning how if there's an disadvantage from the globalization, how we prevent ourselves from getting that disadvantage.
نعم. والإجابة على هذا السؤال لخصتها في الشريحة الأخيرة هنا.
Okay, the answer of that question in my last slide. So let's go to the last slide, please.
نعم. وسائل مواجهة خطر العولمة.
لا, yang sebelumnya. Okay.
وسائل مواجهة خطر العولمة وتحدياتها. طيب أولا تطوير المناهج التربوية التي ترسخ القيم والأخلاق في المجتمع.
So the curriculum, the first step is to make a curriculum that consolidate with the values and the moral of the society.
نعم. ثم ثانيا التأكيد على أهمية الخصوصية الثقافية لكل شعب والحصانة من ثقافات الدول المهيمنة.
Okay, the second thing is to make sure your identity expressed in your curriculum and not the identity of the others countries.
نعم. ثم ثالثا مواجهة الثورة التكنولوجية باختيار النافع من المعلومات والابتعاد عن الضار. نختار النافع ونبتعد عن الضار.
Okay, and also why we should be wise when we use the technology and openness with this internet today. So we should be more wise in using it and choosing the information that suit our values and our morals.
ثم رابعا وأخيرا تعزيز مكان اللغات في نفوس أبنائها، لأن اللغة تعد من العناصر الأساسية. نعم، اللغة تعد من العناصر الأساسية في الاستمرارية الثقافية لكل شعب.
And also we should give an importance to the language and to the education of the language of our country or our region, because language is very important in the cultural and the continuity of every people.
نعم، لعل هذا آخر ما أردت أن أعرضه في خلال ورقتي هذه. ومرة أخرى الشكر للإخوة المنظمين لهذا المؤتمر في جامعة دكتور سوتومو بسورابايا، والشكر لكل المشاركين، والشكر لك أخي مفتي الكريمة من مصر، ونسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يجمعنا دائما في مثل هذه اللقاءات. شكرا جزيلا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay. So this is what I want to share with you about the importance of the restoration of our heritage and our language to face the challenges of globalization. And once more, I want to thank the committee who have inviting us to this wonderful forum. And I hope to meet you in another forum, in another forum. Thank you very much.
Okay, Professor Faisal, okay, so we've already listened to what Professor Faisal. Okay, syukran katsira. Professor Faisal wa Ibu Doa Misru. We have already listened to what Professor Faisal talked about and explain about the cultural heritage, the turath, in many aspects in our life, how to preserve and how to react to the globalization that influences our daily life. Okay, now so we have 30 minutes to question, and then directly I start two questions. The first is to Ibu Susi Ong, PhD. The first question is from which one is it? I forget. Where is the writing? From Elvia. The one side is about this one, Ibu Susi Ong. The need of creating or changing of the role of feminism in society, in Japanese society, but on the other hand, the women, especially that are talked about, are from the upper class society, the samurai. What do you think, Ibu Susi Ong? And then the second is also about this one for Ibu Susi Ong. The second is about the parliament quota. In Indonesia, we have 30% for the women. And how about in Japan society? Okay, thank you, Ibu.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you for the questions. So the first one is from, I can read, I just read it from the chat. Ibu Elvia, just is very stringent about the sticking to the status quo. Well, a lot of women wanted and still want to break the gender divide, but usually still stick to the status. The samurai, for example, samurai's wife. Just maybe a short explanation. Samurai is a social class in pre-modern Japan. So it ended in the middle of 19th century in the 1860s or 70s. They are a minority in Japan, so we cannot consider Japanese women as samurais. Samurais consist about only 2% of Japan's populations. So when we talk about women in Japan, we should still make clear which social class are we talking about. Yeah. So just like I presented, I presented, I make it clear in my presentations. The term ryosai kenbo or good wife, wise mother, these are exclusive for the elites, the social elite class, which only consists about maybe several percent, less than 10% of the Japanese population. Okay. So and for the majority of Japanese women, did they work? Yes, because they have to earn themselves. So, okay. And the second question is about a quota in parliament, 30% of quota, women legislators in the parliament. No, Japan do not have such affirmation action policies. And then what is worse, I think, is that there are female legislators, so member of parliament. It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Okay. But the issues, I think, is the same everywhere, including Indonesia. Females candidates or females elected to the parliament, in most cases, they are relatives of a powerful man, either their father or their family. So fathers or their husband is important figures, a politician, a very influential persons for us. For instance, like us in Indonesia. Maybe, of course, you know that Megawati is a very powerful female figure because she is Soekarno Putri. And also in the Philippines, President Aquino, the female, President Aquino, Mrs. Aquino, Mrs. Corazon Aquino, she's the wife of a very influential politician Aquino, etc. So this also happened in Japan. For instance, there were former foreign minister of foreign affairs, Tanaka Makiko. She became a politician and minister because she is the daughter of powerful Tanaka Kakue, the very charismatic prime minister in Japan. So the question here, what really matters is not really gender issue, but the female, the female from which social class? The social class, female from the lower class are definitely they are excluded everywhere. Unlike those from the higher class. Well, and then there's a third question. No.
No, so exactly that there is no rule 30% for the women, but yeah, you said that it deals with cultural legacy or socio-economic legacy, is that right? Okay.
Social class, yeah.
Okay, thank you,
okay.
Ibu.
Okay, thank you.
And next, Ibu Andrea Carol, I think you have already answered the question from Pak Ma'ruf, but whether you want to add something, Ibu Andrea Carol? Do you want to add something, Ibu Carol? No? Tidak ada. Okay, yang lainnya mungkin, if you want to give question, silakan. Itu kepada Ibu Dua maupun Profesor Faisal juga dipersilakan. Yang lainnya lagi Pak Suhartawan mungkin atau teman-teman dari Pekalongan, dari Mas Samarinda, ya silakan. Oh, Ibu Carol. Sebentar, Ibu Carol, do you want to add something to say? Yeah, please do.
You're still mute, Ibu Carol.
Bukarolnya masih.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Sorry, the host muted me. So yes, just to really add on to that question, that was a really good question to really understand what do we do in the classrooms to enable the occurrence of inclusive education for all our learners. And it was an interesting question to see, how do we actually track and how do we follow the new curriculum, the Merdeka curriculum that is that was, I guess, rolled out to enhance the learning aims. And this was very interesting for me when this came out, because one, that was an amazing thing that this curriculum came out very recently, and how we actually underpin that is that we track it week by week, month by month. And I actually enhance the curriculum. The curriculum at the moment is by book and by the delivery with the teacher, which is great for auditory learners or learners that, very happily sat there just to listen to the teacher. So it's been quite a task on really understanding the mainframe of that new curriculum, but to track the learning aims week by week for each grade, just to make sure that the enhancements are there for a student-centered classroom, which is multimedia, is delivered digitally. So it's now gone on a flat TV screen. The flat TV screens are on and sitting on the wall in my classroom, and it has all the wonderful stuff there that is tracking the government curriculum, but it's an enhanced digital version which underpins the equality of education for gender, and also we ensure that the imagery and the videos, the multimedia that's in there is applicable for every learner in our classroom. So it's digitally enhanced. I guess that's the short version of the question. But it really does, week by week, it really does underpin all the learning aims and the outcomes as to how it's tracked. So that was a huge challenge for me when that came out, because we had to revise our entire curriculum. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Okay, Ibu Andrea. But there's another question from Pak Maruf that is about whether the dyslexia problem only occurs in certain family, not ordinary people. The question is something like that, Ibu Andrea. Do you agree, or what do you think?
Can you repeat that for me?
Yeah, if you see the question from Pak Ma'ruf, is it seems he wants to say that the problem of dyslexia happens only in certain family. Not all women suffer the problem. What do you think?
Yeah, that's very true. It is genetic, so it doesn't it's not something that we can forecast there or pinpoint that it will only happen to XYZ group of people. Dyslexia can occur in any family, in any child, and it is proven by credible research to be genetic. So that's dyslexia does not affect intellect at all. So anyone in any class, in any gender, at any age can be dyslexic, and it cannot be treated. We can create remedial intervention programs. We can rewire the brain so we can understand the image that I showed you, how a dyslexic brain looks in comparison to a regular brain, and how the regular brain was highlighted in the frontal cortex and at the back, opposed to the dyslexic brain. But those areas that was not highlighted on that slide can be rewired, where we can have brain activity in those individuals that have dyslexia. And there's ways and techniques and how to do that.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Andrea. Actually, there is a question also from Elvia, Ibu Dua, Professor Faisal, and Dr. Andrea. The question is, she says it is a kind of oxymoron, to see how the taboo that we are talking about sexual identities, gender, it deals with education. Yeah, you can see from the chat room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to say something, Ibu Dua, Dr. Andrea, or Professor Faisal? Professor Faisal, تريد أن تتكلم شيء?
If I can address the question,
Yeah.
so I can read that dyslexia needs diagnosis, of course, and people who get diagnosis are usually of the financially well people. It does seem like that, but that's something that we want to change. It's in my opinion that I work in very severely underfunded schools. I work in traditional Balearic villages, very remote places with small population, but deeply underfunded schools in the locations where most of my research and most of my work is undertaken. So yes, I can see that families who don't have the financial backing will not have their child identified. They probably won't be able to know themselves that even dyslexia exists, and let alone the families not knowing that dyslexia exists. It's just like a strange word for them. It's really the educators and the headmasters of these schools are still calling the children retarded, and that they're slow and that they're lazy, and that then we discover that they're actually dyslexic. But until we reach that identification process, the headmaster, the child's parents are just not aware at all of what dyslexia is. So you get the impact from the financial disparities that make, I guess, people think that you only get help or support if you've got the financial backing. But it's also the knowledge and the understanding, and that needs to go into the school system. And that's where we go into these underfunded schools, training these teachers on what dyslexia is and what the symptoms are and how they can best serve their children in the classroom.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Andrea. Ibu Dua, Ibu Dua. Oh yeah, okay. Ibu Dua is not here. Okay, Ibu Dua, perhaps all of us need all of us need your help. I would like to question Professor Faisal. It deals with education. Okay, Professor Faisal, أسألك كيف ترى نظام التربية في السودان وإندونيسيا خصوصا في معهد أولاد كذلك. Oke, Ibu Profesor Faisal, you speak in bicara bahasa Arab, kemudian Ibu Dua membantu. Ya, Ibu Dua.
Ya.
Apa sama?
نعم صوتي مسموع؟
Ya, نعم.
نعم.
Ya, نعم.
في مجال التربية والتعليم عيشتي في إندونيسيا وقتا ليس بقصير، لاحظت أن هناك وجه التشابه في السلم التعليمي إذا جاز التعبير على مستوى التعليم العام والتعليم العالي. مثلا بدءا عندكم المدارس هنا بالمرحلة الابتدائية 6 سنوات، ثم المتوسطة 3 سنوات، ثم العالية أو الثانوية 3 سنوات، وبعد ذلك الجامعة. تقريبا هذا نفس السيستم أو النظام الذي جرى عليه السودان، وإن كان أخيرا نوع من التغيير، لكن هذا هو النظام الذي استمر في السودان لفترة طويلة، وهو المنهج التربوي الذي خرج الأجيال في السودان. لكن أنا لاحظت في إندونيسيا ما شاء الله هناك اهتمام كبير في المعاهد الدينية خاصة في التربية، يعني أو الجمع ما بين التربية والتعليم، ما بين يعني تربية الطلاب على القيم والأخلاق الروحية وبين ما يكتسبونه من علوم ومهارات في العلوم الأخرى. ربما هذا إندونيسيا تكاد تكون انفردت به أو يعني تختلف فيه عن كثير يعني من البلاد العربية اهتمامها بالتربية والأخلاق، وهذا يحمد لها كثيرا يعني. ربما هذه ملاحظتي في الفرق أو بعض الفرق بين المنهج التربوي والتعليمي في السودان وإندونيسيا.
Okay, I think there's a similar. The system in Indonesia and Sudan is similar because we have the same stages, same education stages. We start from primary, then preparatory, and then the Sanawiyah, CSMA. And but what I noticed that in Indonesia, they give attention to the education of moral, also like the education of exact science. So it's remarkable, and it's a point for Indonesia. It's a privilege for the student in Indonesia, especially in the Islamic boarding school or pesantren. Okay. Okay, the moderator is. Okay, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, if you have any question, ada lagi from participants. Ibu Doa semangat sekali ya, menjawabnya ya. Oke.
Ya.
Tanya,
Ya,
mungkin.
Pak Sanhari.
Oh, Pak Sanhari. Tafadhol Pak Sanhari. Monggo Pak. Mungkin Mas Hartawan.
Okay. I have a question to Bu Dua. Okay. Bu Dua, excuse me. You just talk in the detail and try to elaborate about literature in Arab. My question is, are the literatures effective to criticize the woman condition in Arab now? Can you get my question clearly, Bu Dua?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Okay. If you ask if the literature have the power to correct the gender gap or to advocate for the right of women, the answer is yes, absolutely yes. Because from literature we have many cases here. For example, when Naguib Mahfouz, when some terrorists try to kill Naguib Mahfouz, it's only because what he wrote on his novel. So what his opinion, or which is totally fiction, but it's based on reality, but it's fiction, it's still fiction, but it's caused one person tried to kill him. So it's the proof that through literature we can provoke an idea, we can give an indigenous messages, we can encourage people to believe in something, to fight, to speak up, to try to change their or try to have their liberty, their freedom, their rights, and so on. So the question is absolutely yes, and that's what we see when Nawal Saadawi wrote her book, Women and Sex. There was a backlash in Egyptian society. It's mean the Egyptian society read. So in Egypt, we know that Egyptian is a good reader, so they read, they like to read, so they read, they understand, or they don't understand, so they always a polemic. There's a book and there's a polemic, a book, and then now, so when we say feminist, there's anti-feminist movement, there's anti-feminist movement. When we say a book who provoke an idea of A, for example, there's another book who disagree with that idea. So it's we can say it's a very literature. Literature has very good impact to the
Very good
society.
impact. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Dr. Suwartawan, Egypt is like Indonesia. Egypt is the most populated nation in 24 states in Arab. So that the thoughts are very different from one side and other sides. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, kullu biladi Arabi mukhtalif baina Saudi wa Misr. Ya. Oke, ada lagi kira-kira pertanyaan?
Can I give a moment to Bu Susi and Ibu Andre?
Sila.
Okay. Bu Susi, are you still listening? This dialogue?
Yes.
Bu Susi, a few times ago, I heard that. Please try to correct if my statement is wrong. A few times ago, I heard that most Japanese young person are reluctant to get married. I don't know, is it right or wrong? So my question is, how the woman perspective on marriage, the Japanese woman perspective on marriage in 21st century?
Okay.
Is there is there any change in 21st century or not? Thank you, Susi.
Bu Ong dijawab
ringkas
ya.
Ringkas ya, iya nggak ada waktu lagi
menunggu
ya.
ini. Ya, ada satu lagi pertanyaan.
So yes, statistically, we see a look at the statistics. Yes, but women's who remain unmarried, both men and women remain unmarried. The figures are become bigger and bigger. But this is something very important and interesting, but unnoticed in Indonesia is that men, so the male with high education background and high income and good position in the society, in the company, etc., they tend to get married and have more and more children. And men with lower education, formal education background, lower income, unstable employment, etc., those men remain unmarried, and childless. Of course, the percentage is much higher than women. So the problem is not women, but the male. It's because there's a polarization among male in Japan, those with high education and background and high income, etc., with those who are unfortunate. So between those men and men who are fortunate and unfortunate, that's the point. Usually unnoticed.
I see.
So it's a problem of a class again.
Yeah,
class again. Thank you.
Class.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome, Pak Hartawan. Pak Sanadi, please.
I want to ask Dr. Andi Carroll, Mr. Haryono.
Okay, Ibu Andi Carroll.
Okay.
Andrea Carroll.
Andy Carroll? Andrea Carroll.
Andrea Carroll.
Oh, Andrea Carroll.
Okay.
Okay, I want to ask about what are the efforts of the institution in inclusive teaching to reduce the impact of the social interaction of the dysglasia student, because I think sometimes they receive insult or bullying from their peers or from their social environment, because they talk about them and call them lazy, retard or slow.
Okay.
So I want explanation from Dr. Andy Carroll. Andrea Carroll, I'm sorry.
Okay, yes, that's a very good question. So the importance of inclusive education is really pertinent in my organization and with the new teachers that I skill up. being dyslexic or having ADHD or being autistic can trigger and have an impact of a very harsh environment, classroom environment, which can create bullying, and it can create labeling, and for the children to become marginalized, not just by their peers, but by the teachers too. So by really driving inclusive education into the system, let's say, the education system, it's a much easier roadmap for me to do that, opposed to approaching schools and asking them to create a workshop for dyslexia. The teachers that I approach in these very remote schools is far too complex. So the reason why I really use the vehicle of a masterclass and training up an inclusive education is because it's a policy that was rolled out in 2009 by the Minister of Education in Indonesia that has around 13 characteristics of what inclusive education is. Now, the first thing that I do is ask the teachers what they know about inclusive education, what they know about this policy, because that makes them feel associated. That makes them feel that they have a responsibility, and it's not just come from an outsider's point of view or perspective. And through using this policy and through using this technique as an approach, I can get real results in attention. I can get their attention very easily. And inclusive education is a lot more understood. It's a lot more, and they grasp it far easily than if I was to go into having a workshop on dyslexia. But once that is accepted, we then move into midway in the workshop of what dyslexia is and how, by using the holistic, if you like, banner of inclusive education, how that we can really funnel it to specific things according to the environment. Now, that environment for that school, one environment for that school may be issues with disability, physical disability. So we tailor it to that. One different type of environment might be they have lots of learning difficulties. So we tailor the training to that. So we use the bigger banner of inclusive education for them to really understand of what the basics are, the three very basics that I touched on in my presentation. That being your preparation, really understanding your environment and making your inclusive classroom according to the environment that you are in. And that might be you've got more girls than boys, that might be you've got more boys than girls, and to be equal in the way that you deliver and equal in the way that you understand all learner types and you understand the profile of your students. You know that he's dyslexic, he's got symptoms of autism or ADHD, and that is the real fundamental basics, without getting into too much complexities, of what our teachers need to know to prevent bullying and to prevent marginalization and to prevent labelization, so the child does not become bullied in the class, that they belong to a class of togetherness, if you will, and belongingness. And that's really what and how we lead with that training.
Okay, thank you. So the discussion is very, very wonderful. And I think we learned many things from the great speakers today. Yeah, from 3 continents, from Africa, from Asia, and also from Europe. Thank you, Professor Faisal, Ibu Andrea Carol, Ibu Dua, and also Ibu Susi Ong, and the participants who joined us. Because however, we have very limited time. The discussion is still going on. Okay, I hope that we will meet next year with our different discussion topic. And then, yeah, I will, as a moderator, I will give back to the MC, the beautiful lady, Mbak Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Hartawan. Thank you, Mr. Haryono. Sorry. That's the end of the plenary session. What amazing session we just had. And for the participant who have not filled in the plenary attended list, please immediately fill the attended list from the link that has been shared by the committee in the chat box.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Pak Haryono karena telah memoderatori sesi plenari. Demikian sesi plenari yang telah kita lewati bersama. Dan bagi para peserta yang belum mengisi absen, harap segera mengisi link absen yang telah dibagikan oleh panitia pada chat room.
Sorry, there have been some troubles. Next will be lunch break for 60 minutes. And please join back to the main room at exactly 1 p.m. for the parallel session. During break time, we will play a video of the Faculty of Letters, Dr. Sutomo University activities.
Selanjutnya adalah waktu istirahat selama 60 menit dan kita akan bergabung kembali di sesi paralel pada pukul 1.00. Selama waktu istirahat berlangsung, kami akan memutarkan video kegiatan Fakultas Sastra Unitomo. Terima kasih.
Dr. Sutomo University, or better known as Unitomo, is one of the well-known private universities in Surabaya, a city rapidly developed into an economic center in eastern Indonesia. Faculty of Letters is one of the 9 faculties in Dr. Sutomo University. Established since 1984, this faculty is known as the faculty heavily colored by foreign cultures.
Kurikulum Fakultas Sastra selalu disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan pendidikan di masa kini dan masa mendatang. Dalam peninjauan kurikulum, kami selalu melibatkan stakeholder, pengguna, alumni, dan akademisi dalam menyempurnakan kurikulum di setiap program studi. Di bidang penelitian dan pengabdian pada masyarakat, dosen-dosen kami menunjukkan peningkatan baik di bidang kuantitas maupun kualitas, sehingga Fakultas Sastra Universitas Dr. Sutomo tidak hanya menjadi menara gading tetapi juga bermanfaat bagi masyarakat sekitar. Dalam bidang kerjasama, Fakultas Sastra telah menjalin berbagai kerjasama dengan universitas maupun instansi baik di dalam maupun luar negeri. Salah satunya adalah kerjasama dengan Universitas Setsunan di Osaka, Jepang, yang secara rutin mengirimkan beberapa mahasiswa untuk saling bertukar pengalaman mengenai bahasa dan budaya masing-masing. Kerjasama ini sangat bermanfaat untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan mahasiswa Fakultas Sastra.
On its journey, Faculty of Letters Dr. Sutomo University has two departments, English and Japanese.
English program, Dr. Sutomo University get B on accreditation through the applications of national standard in conducting Tridharma perguruan tinggi, especially in language, literature, and culture in 2020. In teaching learning process, this program has several competent lecturers, both in master and doctorate degree, who have gotten education certificate or CERDOS. Besides, our teaching learning process is also supported by some native speakers and guest lecturers coming from many foreign countries. Meanwhile, in research and social service activities, this program has done many joint ventures with some institutions such as Al Bismar Islamic Boarding School and Gang Doli English Club. Concerning the results of the research and social service, we publish them in our local journal and some proceedings in international seminars. Every year, there is a cross-cultural understanding program conducted here in cooperation with Oklahoma State University and other universities. So, by doing all of the above program seriously, we hope that our output will be ready to face the competition in society.
日本語学科は1993年に開設されました。おかげさまで今年度の認証評価において絵を獲得することができました。今まで200人以上の卒業生を輩出してまいりました。彼らは国内外のさまざまな分野で活躍しています。学生たちは在学中に日本語学科と連携協定をしている期間、すなわち日本の北海道や沖縄、さらには関西地方のホテル、あるいはインドネシア国内のさまざまなところでインターンシップを行うことが義務付けられています。また、日本語学科は複数の日本人教員を抱えており、さらに日本の摂南大学からの留学生が常におりますので、日本語を話す実践の場がキャンパスにあることから、学生たちの日本語運用能力は比較的高く、実践な日本語をマスターすることができています。加えて、日本学科では東ジャワジャパンクラブの協力を得て、定期的に懇談会を実施しています。以上のようなさまざまな活動を通じて、学生たちは日本人と直接接する機会を得て、体験や学習を積んでおります。そのため、卒業後には即戦力として活躍できる人材が生まれているわけです。ありがとうございます。
In order to support the realization of the vision of Faculty of Letters Unitomo, the addition of facilities supporting three pillars of higher education continues to be carried out. In order to improve the teaching and learning process, carry out development starting from comfortable class and student activity facilities, including multimedia laboratory, culture laboratory in Japanese corner, located in the library as an infrastructure for students to better enjoy the Japanese atmosphere. Dealing with non-academic activities, students of Faculty of Letters have several activities, making them possible to enrich their knowledge about culture and to practice their English skills. There are a number of non-academic activities held in English departments such as Debate Club, which is a club which activities are to train students in delivering their critical thinking using English, and cooking class held for the students not only to be familiar with Western cuisine, but also to make the students learn about and practice entrepreneurship. There are also drama activities as a means of training students to communicate in English and better understanding about drama theories they have learned. And there are also several other activities that can support the abilities and competencies of students in the fields of English letters. While non-academic activities in Japanese department include sudo, chanoyu, rerikurabu, origami, and yosakoi dance. Shodo is an art of calligraphy about how to write letters of hiragana, katakana, and kanji beautifully using Japanese brass called ude. Chanoyu, called the tea ceremony in English, is an art of how to prepare, serve, and enjoy the tea. Chanoyu is full of philosophical perspective on how humans can live in harmony with themselves, others, their God, and their environment. Ryurikurabu is a cooking club run by students of Department of Japanese whose purposes are to learn the culture of Japanese cuisine and to train students to practice entrepreneurship. There's a famous saying, "Mi de taberu," in Japanese culture meaning eating with the eyes. It means that food should not only be delicious but also beautifully seen. Origami is the art of paper folding originating from Japan. Origami is not only the technique of folding paper into an object, but also contains many philosophical perspectives. One of which is a crane-shaped origami in Japanese called suru, whose philosophical meaning is a good wish. Yosakoi dance tells about the excitement of the farmers as an expression of gratitude for the abundant crops. And there are several other activities that can support the abilities and competencies of students in the field of Japanese literature. Faculty of Letters has graduated more than 100 people who have now been spread to both various government and private institutions in numerous countries. There is a great contribution given by alumni to the Faculty of Letters, both in terms of material and non-material matters.
Selamat pagi, teman-teman dan rekan-rekan. Pada kesempatan ini saya memperkenalkan diri. Nama saya adalah Insinyur Adi Wijaya, Sarjana Hukum, Sarjana Sastra. Saya adalah seorang lawyer, advokat, alumni dari Fakultas Sastra Unitomo Surabaya, jurusan Sastra Inggris. Bahwa saya adalah angkatan tahun 2006. Sebagai seorang lawyer, dalam menghadapi atau menerima satu job profesional yang berkaitan dengan perjanjian-perjanjian internasional yang berkaitan dengan bahasa Inggris, biasanya saya harus mendatangi atau bekerja sama dengan translator atau penerjemah. Akan tetapi setelah saya berkuliah Unitomo Surabaya, Fakultas Sastra, jurusan Sastra Inggris, saya dapat meningkatkan capability dan kompetensi saya dalam berbahasa Inggris, sehingga pada saat saya menerima job dalam melayani klien-klien saya bisa langsung menghandle karena capability dan kompetensi saya dalam bahasa Inggris telah meningkat dengan baik. Harapan saya ke depan bagi alma mater tercinta adalah saya berharap Fakultas Sastra, jurusan Sastra Inggris senantiasa meningkatkan kemampuan para siswa, meningkatkan fasilitas laboratorium sehingga alumni-alumni mempunyai kemampuan speaking dan listening yang bagus sehingga nantinya dapat bersaing di dunia kerja. Terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Fatia. Saya Direktur Utama dari PT Fukumi Indonesia Ngoro Mojokerto. Saya alumni Fakultas Sastra jurusan Sastra Jepang Universitas Dr. Sutomo Surabaya angkatan 2000. Selama saya kuliah di Unitomo, saya sempat mendapatkan beasiswa student exchange ke Jepang di Kochi University, dan berkat Unitomo pula saya bisa menapaki karir saya yang seperti ini. Di Unitomo saya bisa mendapatkan banyak hal, pengetahuan tentang Jepang, budaya Jepang, dan lain-lain. Berkat Unitomo pula, saya bisa mendapatkan beasiswa S2 di Nagoya University, Jepang tahun 2008. Dengan belajar di Unitomo, saya mendapatkan banyak pengalaman yang sangat menyenangkan. Ada berbagai macam klub yang bisa saya ikuti waktu itu, salah satunya adalah Chanoyu. Harapan saya ke depannya, Universitas Dr. Sutomo bisa menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak terutama dengan perusahaan-perusahaan PMA yang ada di Indonesia, sehingga para alumni bisa bekerja di perusahaan-perusahaan yang sudah bekerja sama dengan Unitomo. Selain itu juga mungkin bisa banyak terjalin kerjasama dengan universitas-universitas di Jepang, sehingga bisa mengirimkan siswa-siswanya untuk belajar ke Jepang. Terima kasih.
Untuk mencapai visi yang dicanangkan oleh Fakultas Sastra Universitas Dr. Sutomo, yaitu menjadi fakultas yang unggul berstandar nasional dalam melaksanakan Tridharma perguruan tinggi, khususnya di bidang bahasa, sastra, dan budaya, kami berharap adanya peningkatan kerjasama penelitian di tingkat internasional, selain juga peningkatan prestasi mahasiswa di bidang akademik maupun non-akademik.
Unitomo Jaya! Unitomo Jaya! Unitomo Jaya!
Dr. Sutomo University, or better known as Unitomo, is one of the well-known private universities in Surabaya, a city rapidly developed into an economic center in eastern Indonesia. Faculty of Letters is one of the 9 faculties in Dr. Sutomo University. Established since 1984, this faculty is known as the faculty heavily colored by foreign cultures.
Kurikulum Fakultas Sastra selalu disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan pendidikan di masa kini dan masa mendatang. Dalam peninjauan kurikulum, kami selalu melibatkan stakeholder, pengguna, alumni, dan akademisi dalam menyempurnakan kurikulum di setiap program studi. Di bidang penelitian dan pengabdian pada masyarakat, dosen-dosen kami menunjukkan peningkatan baik di bidang kuantitas maupun kualitas, sehingga Fakultas Sastra Universitas Dr. Sutomo tidak hanya menjadi menara gading tetapi juga bermanfaat bagi masyarakat sekitar. Dalam bidang kerjasama, Fakultas Sastra telah menjalin berbagai kerjasama dengan universitas maupun instansi baik di dalam maupun luar negeri. Salah satunya adalah kerjasama dengan Universitas Setsunan di Osaka, Jepang, yang secara rutin mengirimkan beberapa mahasiswa untuk saling bertukar pengalaman mengenai bahasa dan budaya masing-masing. Kerjasama ini sangat bermanfaat untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan mahasiswa Fakultas Sastra.
On its journey, Faculty of Letters Dr. Sutomo University has 2 departments, English and Japanese.
English program, Dr. Sutomo University get B on accreditation through the applications of national standard in conducting Tridharma perguruan tinggi, especially in language, literature, and culture in 2020. In teaching learning process, this program has several competent lecturers, both in master and doctorate degree, who have gotten education certificate or CERDOS. Besides, our teaching learning process is also supported by some native speakers and guest lecturers coming from many foreign countries. Meanwhile, in research and social service activities, this program has done many joint ventures with some institutions such as Al Bismar Islamic Boarding School and Gang Doli English Club. Concerning the results of the research and social service, we publish them in our local journal and some proceedings in international seminars. Every year, there is a cross-cultural understanding program conducted here in cooperation with Oklahoma State University and other universities. So, by doing all of the above program seriously, we hope that our output will be ready to face the competition in society.
日本語学科は1993年に開設されました。おかげさまで今年度の認証評価において A を獲得することができました。今まで200人以上の卒業生を輩出してまいりました。彼らは国内外のさまざまな分野で活躍しています。学生たちは在学中に日本語学科と連携協定をしている期間、すなわち日本の北海道や沖縄、さらには関西地方のホテル、あるいはインドネシア国内のさまざまなところでインターンシップを行うことが義務付けられています。また、日本語学科は複数の日本人教員を抱えており、さらに日本の刹那大学からの留学生が常におりますので、日本語を話す実践の場がキャンパスにあることから、学生たちの日本語運用能力は比較的高く、実践な日本語をマスターすることができています。加えて、日本語学科では東ジャワジャパンクラブの協力を置いて、定期的に懇談会を実施しています。以上のようなさまざまな活動を通じて、学生たちは日本人と直接接する機会を得て、体験や学習を積んでおります。そのため、卒業後には即戦力として活躍できる人材が生まれているわけです。ありがとうございます。
In order to support the realization of the vision of Faculty of Letters Unitomo, the addition of facilities supporting 3 pillars of higher education continues to be carried out. In order to improve the teaching and learning process, carry out development starting from comfortable class and student activity facilities, including multimedia laboratory, culture laboratory and Japanese corner, located in the library as an infrastructure for students to better enjoy the Japanese atmosphere. Dealing with non-academic activities, students of Faculty of Letters have several activities, making them possible to enrich their knowledge about culture and to practice their English skills. There are a number of non-academic activities held in English departments such as Debate Club, which is a club which activities are to train students in delivering their critical thinking using English, and cooking class held for the students not only to be familiar with Western cuisine, but also to make the students learn about and practice entrepreneurship. There are also drama activities as a means of training students to communicate in English and better understanding about drama theories they have learned. And there are also several other activities that can support the abilities and competencies of students in the fields of English letters. While non-academic activities in Japanese department include Sudo, Chanoyu, Rorikurabu, origami and Yosakoi dance. Shodo is an art of calligraphy about how to write letters of hiragana, katakana and kanji, beautifully using Japanese brush called ude. Chanoyu, called the tea ceremony in English, is an art of how to prepare, serve, and enjoy the tea. Chanoyu is full of philosophical perspective on how humans can live in harmony with themselves, others, their God, and their environment. Ryurikurabu is a cooking club run by students of the Department of Japanese, whose purposes are to learn the culture of Japanese cuisine and to train students to practice entrepreneurship. There's a famous saying, "Mi de taberu," in Japanese culture meaning eating with the eyes. It means that food should not only be delicious, but also beautifully seen. Origami is the art of paper folding originating from Japan. Origami is not only the technique of folding paper into an object, but also contains many philosophical perspectives. One of which is a crane-shaped origami in Japanese called suru, whose philosophical meaning is a good wish. Yosakoi dance tells about the excitement of the farmers as an expression of gratitude for the abundant crops, and there are several other activities that can support the abilities and competencies of students in the field of Japanese literature. Faculty of Letters has graduated more than 100 people who have now been spread to both various government and private institutions in numerous countries. There is a great contribution given by alumni to the Faculty of Letters, both in terms of material and non-material matters.
Selamat pagi, teman-teman dan rekan-rekan. Pada kesempatan ini saya memperkenalkan diri. Nama saya adalah Insinyur Adi Wijaya, Sarjana Hukum, Sarjana Sastra. Saya adalah seorang lawyer, advokat, alumni dari Fakultas Sastra Unitomo Surabaya, jurusan Sastra Inggris. Bahwa saya adalah angkatan tahun 2006. Sebagai seorang lawyer, dalam menghadapi atau menerima satu job profesional yang berkaitan dengan perjanjian-perjanjian internasional yang berkaitan dengan bahasa Inggris, biasanya saya harus mendatangi atau bekerja sama dengan translator atau penerjemah. Akan tetapi setelah saya berkuliah Unitomo Surabaya, Fakultas Sastra, jurusan Sastra Inggris, saya dapat meningkatkan capability dan kompetensi saya dalam berbahasa Inggris. Sehingga pada saat saya menerima job dalam melayani klien-klien saya bisa langsung menghandle karena capability dan kompetensi saya dalam bahasa Inggris telah meningkat dengan baik. Harapan saya ke depan bagi alma mater tercinta adalah saya berharap Fakultas Sastra, jurusan Sastra Inggris senantiasa meningkatkan kemampuan para siswa, meningkatkan fasilitas laboratorium sehingga alumni-alumni mempunyai kemampuan speaking dan listening yang bagus sehingga nantinya dapat bersaing di dunia kerja. Terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Fatia. Saya Direktur Utama dari PT Hukumi Indonesia Ngoro Mojokerto. Saya alumni Fakultas Sastra jurusan Sastra Jepang Universitas Dr. Sutomo Surabaya angkatan 2000. Selama saya kuliah di Unitomo, saya sempat mendapatkan beasiswa student exchange ke Jepang di Kochi University, dan berkat Unitomo pula saya bisa menapaki karir saya yang seperti ini. Di Unitomo saya bisa mendapatkan banyak hal, pengetahuan tentang Jepang, budaya Jepang, dan lain-lain. Berkat Unitomo pula, saya bisa mendapatkan beasiswa S2 di Nagoya University, Jepang tahun 2008. Dengan belajar di Unitomo, saya mendapatkan banyak pengalaman yang sangat menyenangkan. Ada berbagai macam klub yang bisa saya ikuti waktu itu, salah satunya adalah Chanoyu. Harapan saya ke depannya, Universitas Dr. Sutomo bisa menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak, terutama dengan perusahaan-perusahaan PMA yang ada di Indonesia, sehingga para alumni bisa bekerja di perusahaan-perusahaan yang sudah bekerja sama dengan Unitomo. Selain itu juga mungkin bisa banyak terjalin kerjasama dengan universitas-universitas di Jepang, sehingga bisa mengirimkan siswa-siswanya untuk belajar ke Jepang. Terima kasih.
Untuk mencapai visi yang dicanangkan oleh Fakultas Sastra Universitas Dr. Sutomo, yaitu menjadi fakultas yang unggul berstandar nasional dalam melaksanakan Tridharma perguruan tinggi, khususnya di bidang bahasa, sastra, dan budaya, kami berharap adanya peningkatan kerjasama penelitian di tingkat internasional, selain juga peningkatan prestasi mahasiswa di bidang akademik maupun non-akademik.
Unitomo Jaya! Unitomo
Dr. Sutomo University, or better known as Sunitomo, is one of the well-known private universities in Surabaya. A city rapidly developed into an economic center in eastern Indonesia. Faculty of Letters is one of the 9 faculties in Dr. Sutomo University. Established since 1984, this faculty is known as the faculty heavily colored by foreign cultures.
Kurikulum Fakultas Sastra selalu disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan pendidikan di masa kini dan masa mendatang. Dalam peninjauan kurikulum, kami selalu melibatkan stakeholder, pengguna, alumni, dan akademisi dalam menyempurnakan kurikulum di setiap program studi. Di bidang penelitian dan pengabdian pada masyarakat, dosen-dosen kami menunjukkan peningkatan baik di bidang kuantitas maupun kualitas, sehingga Fakultas Sastra Universitas Dr. Sutomo tidak hanya menjadi menara gading tetapi juga bermanfaat bagi masyarakat sekitar. Dalam bidang kerjasama, Fakultas Sastra telah menjalin berbagai kerjasama dengan universitas maupun instansi baik di dalam maupun luar negeri. Salah satunya adalah kerjasama dengan Universitas Setsunan di Osaka, Jepang, yang secara rutin mengirimkan beberapa mahasiswa untuk saling bertukar pengalaman mengenai bahasa dan budaya masing-masing. Kerjasama ini sangat bermanfaat untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan mahasiswa Fakultas Sastra.
On its journey, Faculty of Letters Dr. Sutomo University has 2 departments, English and Japanese.
English program, Dr. Sutomo University get B on accreditation through the applications of national standard in conducting Tridharma perguruan tinggi, especially in language, literature, and culture in 2020. In teaching learning process, this program has several competent lecturers, both in master and doctorate degree, who have gotten education certificate or CERDOS. Besides, our teaching learning process is also supported by some native speakers and guest lecturers coming from many foreign countries. Meanwhile, in research and social service activities, this program has done many joint ventures with some institutions such as Al Bismar Islamic Boarding School and Gang Doli English Club. Concerning the results of the research and social service, we publish them in our local journal and some proceedings in international seminars. Every year, there is a cross-cultural understanding program conducted here in cooperation with Oklahoma State University and other universities. So, by doing all of the above program seriously, we hope that our output will be ready to face the competition in society.
日本語学科は1993年に開設されました。おかげさまで今年度の認証評価において絵を獲得することができました。今まで200人以上の卒業生を輩出してまいりました。彼らは国内外のさまざまな分野で活躍しています。学生たちは在学中に日本語学科と連携協定をしている期間、すなわち日本の北海道や沖縄、さらには関西地方のホテル、あるいはインドネシア国内のさまざまなところでインターンシップを行うことが義務付けられています。また、日本語学科は複数の日本人教員を抱えており、さらに日本の摂南大学からの留学生が常におりますので、日本語を話す実践の場がキャンパスにあることから、学生たちの日本語運用能力は比較的高く、実践な日本語をマスターすることができています。加えて、日本学科では東ジャワジャパンクラブの協力を得て、定期的に懇談会を実施しています。 以上のようなさまざまな活動を通じて直接接
Dr. Sutomo University, or better known as Sunitomo, is one of the well-known private universities in Surabaya, a city rapidly developed into an economic center in eastern Indonesia. Faculty of Letters is one of the 9 faculties in Dr. Sutomo University. Established since 1984, this faculty is known as the faculty heavily colored by foreign cultures.
Kurikulum Fakultas Sastra selalu disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan pendidikan di masa kini dan masa mendatang. Dalam peninjauan kurikulum, kami selalu melibatkan stakeholder, pengguna, alumni, dan akademisi dalam menyempurnakan kurikulum di setiap program studi. Di bidang penelitian dan pengabdian pada masyarakat, dosen-dosen kami menunjukkan peningkatan baik di bidang kuantitas maupun kualitas, sehingga Fakultas Sastra Universitas Dr. Sutomo tidak hanya menjadi menara gading tetapi juga bermanfaat bagi masyarakat sekitar. Dalam bidang kerjasama, Fakultas Sastra telah menjalin berbagai kerjasama dengan universitas maupun instansi baik di dalam maupun luar negeri. Salah satunya adalah kerjasama dengan Universitas Setsunan di Osaka, Jepang, yang secara rutin mengirimkan beberapa mahasiswa untuk saling bertukar pengalaman mengenai bahasa dan budaya masing-masing. Kerjasama ini sangat bermanfaat untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan mahasiswa Fakultas Sastra.
On its journey, Faculty of Letters Dr. Sutomo University has 2 departments, English and Japanese.
English program, Dr. Sutomo University get B on accreditation through the applications of national standard in conducting 3 Dharma perguruan tinggi, especially in language, literature, and culture in 2020. In teaching learning process, this program has several competent lecturers, both in master and doctorate degree who have gotten education certificate or CERDOS. Besides, our teaching learning process is also supported by some native speakers and guest lecturers coming from many foreign countries. Meanwhile, in research and social service activities, this program has done many joint ventures with some institutions such as Al Bismar Islamic Boarding School and Gang Doli English Club. Concerning the results of the research and social service, we publish them in our local journal and some proceedings in international seminars. Every year, there is a cross-cultural understanding program conducted here in cooperation with Oklahoma State University and other universities. So, by doing all
Welcome back to the main room. I hope you have a nice lunch. Once again, we would like to remind you to please change your name format into name underscore institution underscore your break room number for parallel session, because the committee will separate you into different rooms. And please don't forget to fill in the parallel attendant list from the link that will be shared later by the committee in the chat box in each room. Thank you.
Selamat bergabung kembali di main room. Kami ingatkan kembali kepada para peserta untuk mohon mengganti ID dengan keterangan nama, instansi, dan juga nomor paralel yang ingin diikuti. Terima kasih.
For the participant, please wait for a minute.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you listen to my voice clearly? Selamat siang, Bapak dan Ibu. Bisa dengar suara saya dengan jelas kah? Okay then. So, first of all, I would like to welcome all of you here in our parallel session. Then we have groups of presenter here. But first of all, let me type the rules of the house that we are about to play this afternoon. Just wait a minute, and it will be written in the chat chamber. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as it is written there, that what we are going to do this afternoon is that each group of presenter have approximately 15 minutes for the presentation. So 15 minutes will be the maximum time for each group to deliver the presentation. And then the presenters, of course, are welcome presentation either in English or Bahasa Indonesia. And the open question session will be held after the group of presenter deliver the presentation. So at presentation session then. Now, for those who want to deliver the question, well, please use that form and type it in the chat chamber. I think without further ado, then let's start our first presentation by welcoming the first group of presenter then. Now here we have Ibu Listia Ningsi and the partner. So please do, ma'am. Waktu dan kesempatan kami persilahkan. belum unmute sepertinya Ibu.
Enggak Kansa ini. Kansa? Oke. Hai. Tuh, mati lagi. Oke. Ya. Oke, silakan Pepet Kansa Sang yang presentasikan.
Baik, Kansa-san, so silakan dimulai presentasinya.
Hai, Kansa, doso. Kansa? Ya, Kansa Sang. Kok nggak dengar?
Hai.
Hai, silakan.
Hai. Selamat siang. Pada kesempatan kali ini saya bersama Lisense akan mempresentasikan tentang konflik batin yang terjadi pada karakter perempuan dalam anime Karigurasi no Arieti karya Hayao Miyazaki. Next. Yang pertama ada latar belakangnya itu karya sastra. Karya sastra sebagai imajinasi dan kreativitas. Hakikat karya sastra yang hanya dipahami oleh intuisi dan perasaan memerlukan pemahaman yang sama sekali berbeda dengan ilmu sosial yang lain. Lalu yang kedua ada anime. Anime ini sama dengan film atau drama yang menampilkan tokoh-tokoh dan dengan karakternya dan cerita dalam anime ditampilkan dengan gambar-gambar sebagai perwujudan atau simbolisasi. Lalu selanjutnya ada konflik batin. Konflik batin ini adalah konflik yang dialami manusia dengan dirinya sendiri. Seperti hal yang terjadi akibat adanya pertentangan antara dua keinginan, keyakinan atau masalah-masalah lainnya. Next. Konflik batin, macam-macam konflik batin menurut Kurt Lewin itu ada 3 tipe. Tapi di sini saya hanya memakai konflik tipe 1. Konflik tipe 1 ini konflik yang sederhana terjadi kalau adanya kedua kekuatan yang berlawanan yang mengenai individu. Konflik yang pertama yaitu konflik mendekat-mendekat. Dua kekuatan yang mendorong ke arah yang berlawanan. Lalu yang kedua ada konflik menjauh-menjauh, dua kekuatan yang menghambat ke arah yang berlawanan. Lalu yang ketiga ada konflik mendekat-menjauh, yaitu dua kekuatan yang mendorong dan menghambat muncul dari satu tujuan. Next. Lalu metode penelitian menggunakan metode kualitatif dengan data yang dikumpulkan berupa kata-kata dan berupa angka. Penelitian ini akan berisi kutipan-kutipan data untuk memberi gambaran penyajian laporan tersebut. Next. Berikut langkah-langkah pengumpulan data, yaitu yang pertama mengunduh anime dan naskahnya, lalu menonton anime dan membaca naskahnya, lalu mengobservasi adegan, lalu selanjutnya mengklasifikasi berdasarkan konflik tipe 1 yang ada dalam teori konflik Kurt-Lewin. Lalu langkah-langkah analisis data, yang pertama menganalisis faktor yang menyebabkan terjadinya konflik batin yang dialami tokoh Ariety, yang kedua menganalisis konflik batin yang dialami oleh tokoh Ariety, lalu menyimpulkan hasil analisis data. Next. Hasil penelitian ini menunjukkan adanya sejumlah data yang dialami oleh tokoh Ariety pada anime Karigurasi no Ariety, yang meliputi faktor penyebab terjadinya konflik batin dan bentuk konflik batin tokoh Ariety dalam anime Karigurasi no Ariety karya Hayao Miyazaki. Next. Yang pertama, faktor penyebab terjadinya konflik batin tokoh Ariety. Next. Yang pertama ada faktor pendorong. Jadi sesuai dialog yang ada di sini, faktor pendorong ini memicu terjadinya lokomosi ke arah yang ditunjuk oleh faktor itu, seperti yang terjadi pada tokoh Ariety saat ibunya melarang Ariety agar ia tidak ikut ayahnya melakukan peminjaman, tetapi ayahnya mengizinkan ia untuk ikut meminjam karena Ariety mulai beranjak remaja. Next. Yang kedua ada faktor penghambat. Sesuai dengan dialog yang sudah ditampilkan di sini, jadi Ariety ini berada di lingkungan manusia yang membahayakan dirinya, keluarganya, dan juga manusia kecil yang lainnya. Jadi orang yang menyebabkan terjadinya konflik batin secara fisik dan emosional ini adalah Harusan, yaitu pembantu yang bekerja di rumah show. Jadi waktu Harusan mengetahui keberadaan Ariety ini, ia langsung menghubungi petugas pengusir tikus untuk mengusirnya dari rumah show. Dan juga ketika Harusan menculik ibu Ariety yang kemudian dimasukkan ke dalam toples agar mereka tidak bisa kabur lagi. Next. Lalu yang ketiga ada faktor kebutuhan pribadi. Sesuai dengan dialog ini, faktor kebutuhan pribadi merupakan faktor yang menggambarkan keinginan pribadi untuk melakukan sesuatu seperti yang terjadi pada Ariety yang pergi keluar rumah untuk mencari hadiah ulang tahun untuk ibunya, padahal ia sudah dilarang berkali-kali oleh ibunya untuk tidak pergi keluar rumah. Next. Lalu yang kedua itu ada bentuk konflik batin tokoh Ariety. Next. Yang pertama konflik mendekat-mendekat. Sesuai dengan dialog yang ada di sini. Next. Konflik mendekat yang pertama itu Ariety mendapatkan pengalaman dalam melakukan peminjaman. Yang kedua, Ariety juga akan membuktikan kepada ibunya bahwa ia akan baik-baik saja selama ia ada di luar rumah. Next. Lalu konflik yang kedua ada konflik menjauh-menjauh. Sesuai dengan dialog di sini. Ada next. Menjauh yang pertama, jika ia memberitahu ibunya tentang apa yang terjadi, pasti ibunya sangat khawatir. Ya. Lalu yang kedua, menjauh. Mereka harus mencari tempat tinggal baru yang lebih aman karena keberadaan mereka sudah diketahui oleh manusia. Next. Lalu konflik mendekat menjauh. Sesuai dengan dialog di sini. Next. Yang mendekat pertama itu ada Ariety akan sangat indah rumahnya jika ia meminjam barang-barang yang ada di dalam rumah mainan itu. Tapi di pihak lain, manusia akan mengetahui keberadaan keluarganya karena barang-barang yang mereka pinjam. Hal tersebut juga menunjukkan adanya hal yang berlawanan. Next. Jadi berdasarkan hasil analisis data, faktor yang menyebabkan terjadinya konflik batin dalam tokoh Arrietty dalam anime Karigurasi no Arrietty ini ada faktor pendorong, faktor penghambat, dan faktor kebutuhan pribadi yang merupakan penyebab terjadinya konflik batin antara kebutuhan pribadi dan larangan dari orang tua. Lalu bentuk-bentuk konflik batin Arrietty ini yaitu konflik mendekat-mendekat, mendekat menjauh, dan menjauh-menjauh. Bentuk konflik yang paling banyak yaitu konflik mendekat menjauh karena dalam keluarga itu ayah dan ibu mempunyai dua keinginan yang berbeda. Sementara Arrietty sebagai anak bingung mengutamakan pilihan yang mana karena keduanya adalah orang tua yang disayanginya dan Arrietty tidak bisa memilihnya. Next. Ini berikut referensinya. Next. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Kanza Sang dan Ibu Lithia Ningsi untuk paparannya. Internal conflict on a woman's character. Konflik batin pada tokoh perempuan. Well, it must be very interesting. But, well, ladies and gentlemen, please keep your question with you first. Wait till we come to the open. Tapi seperti pada rule of the house, please type your question in our chat box. Now, we'll come to the second group of presenter. The main presenter adalah Bapak Putut Handoko, and then followed by Bapak Haryono and Kusuma Wijaya. So, Pak Putut Handoko, time and opportunity is yours now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, considering that I am also part of that group, so besides being the moderator, I will be also one of the presenter. Then for the introduction, we take the dealing with the archetype, but in this script, we'll focus our attention on the male supernatural power archetype in Chobat or Japanese story entitled Tararaton and Giri Kedaton. Okay, the next slide. Okay, then now, so the background of our article actually is pretty simple and basic. We believe that what is written in literary work is the reflection of what happened in the reality as it is stated by Abrams, and moreover, it is also stated by Bradley, dealing with the real nature of society, which is called the archetype, which will be later on. It is developed by Carl Jung, but in our paper, then we try to compare between two different Japanese literary work, focus on the male character in this case, and also we will talk about the archetype, especially a supernatural archetype based on the morphological point of view, of a story, the morphological of the archetype. Okay, then the next slide selanjutnya. Nah, considering that we have come to our main discussion, now I'll give a chance to the main presenter, Bapak Putut Han, for the presentation.
I'm in charge of analysis and discussions. So my article focused on archetype of supernatural power in Pararaton and Babakirikaton. To begin with, I highlight to morphology in literature. Morphology in literature of archetype of supernatural power, build supernatural power in Pararaton consists of the first is descendant keturunan, the second is signing, bersinar, the third is discipline, knowledge mencari ilmu, and the fourth is symbol, and the last is best achievement as a king. Of Pararaton is Kenangro. Kenangro is the son of God Brahma, and the villager woman can adopt from Pangkul Malang. When he was child, his mother throws away him in the graveyard. And Kenangro sign. Jadi Kenangro badannya bersinar. Kenangro sign for the second time ketika dia berguru di suatu padepokan karena jambu dari gurunya itu dimakan habis, maka Kenangro was kicked out to the middle of wheat, ditendang, diusir ke tengah kebun ladang ilalang, and for second time he signed, Kenangro bersinar lagi. And the third is God Vishnu Batara Guru, and the other God appoint him as a king in Java. And then Kenangro, as his best achievement, became a king of Singasari, Malang. The second morphology of archetype of supernatural power in Babakirikaton, the hero is Sunan Giri in Gresik. When he was child, he was thrown away by his grandpa to the ocean. Sunan Giri, as a baby, signs. Jadi Sunan Giri badannya mengeluarkan sinar lagi, sama seperti Kenangro. And then, at the 12 years, he seek knowledge in Ambedkar. When Kanjeng Sunan time, so he taught Sunan Giri at that time, the name is Joko Samudra, palm tangannya, and Kanjeng Sunan Ampel knows that he is the descendant of Prophet Ismail. Then, as a best achievement, his own father asked him to go to Gresik. In Gresik, Joko Raden Bago at the time, not Sunan Giri, with a Islamic boarding school atau semacam pesantren, and he will membangun Giri Kedaton or Istana Kediri, ya, and he became a king. He became a king of Gresik at the time, entitled Prabu Satmata. So it means that in morphology, we differentiate between Hinduism tradition seen in Pararaton and Islamic tradition in Babakiri Kedaton. As conclusion, I will give the chance to Pak Kusuma, my partner, to give a conclusion of this
Okay, well, thank you very much, Pak Putut. At the conclusion, dealing with the gender, we may say that unfortunately, up to now, a Japanese folklore still is dominated by male hierarchy. Then it is not only represented by one Japanese folklore only, but here we present two different Japanese folklores using comparative study, and yet we find the male domination here. We find similarity with the archetype here. Then at this very moment, we convince that Japanese literature, which reflects the condition of the society at that time, and undoubtedly a current time, will still be and is dominated by male domination then. So that's our conclusion. Hopefully later there will be another research stating that our argument is no longer in valid condition, hopefully then. So that's all our presentation. Then we will continue to the next presenter. In this case, we will have different point of view, a more vivid issues in gender, even though the theory is considered as an old theory, but we think that what happened right now is still related closely, even closely related to the theory that we are about to say now. So the group of presenters consists of Bapak Haryono, Ibu Rindra Kartiningsi, and Kusuma Wijaya. So, Bapak Haryono, the time is yours to deliver it. The title of our paper is A Marxist Feminism Critics on Lennon's song entitled Mother.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, so we discuss Marxist feminism criticism on John Lennon's song "Mother." So perhaps most of us already known the song, and in this case, we, Purindra, Pak Kusuma, and I try to understand how Lennon influences the lyrics of the song that he wrote, that is Mother. And therefore, we use or we apply a specific approach. So according to Abrams, we see that we have four criticism, in which one of them is expressive approach or expressive criticism. Yeah, the next slide, please. Berikutnya, slide-nya. Mana ini? Siapa? Oh, Mas Niko, ya. Nah, okay, so, but the point of the discussion is that the second thing is about, about the Marxist feminism. So if you study feminism, we see that there are some schools, feminism, radical feminism, and one of them is Marxist feminism. So I try to connect the two things, that John Lennon's life, his work, because when he was a child, he lived with his mother and also his stepfather and also sister. So he lives in different. And then the next slide. This one is about this one is John Lennon's mother, Julia. So you see that his mother. Okay, so if you see that the Marxist feminism is a combination between the term Marxist and feminist. Marxists emphasize that the class struggle or the human beings' main focus in this life or entirely focused on material base. So everything that we fight is only the matter of economic. And then you see that when this combined to feminism, you can understand that feminism tries to fight for the sake of women. And then therefore, Julia, the mother of John Lennon, undergoes double operations as a woman and as a working class woman. So she has undergone two operations as a woman, as a wife, right? As a wife, and then her husband cannot finance the family well, so she has to work. And then the second is that from that she is poor, she has to find the money. So she faces two operations. The song lyrics. Okay, if you see the lyrics, the next slide. Mas ada slide-nya. Oh ini sudah, yang lagunya sebelah mana Mas? The next slide. So this one, it is the expression of him to show that when he was a child, he needs his mother because his mother has to work to help the husband. She has to work to help or to finance the family. Therefore, she also worked. So John Lennon, as a child, expresses that her mother did not stay with him at home. Okay, next, Mas. Yeah, something like that. So, okay. So, according to Marx, the alienation happens, or especially the Marxist feminism gives the implication of alienation as the Marxist term, and then it is combined to feminism. So there are four alienation. Alienation is kind of like what we feel keterasingan, ketidaknyamanan. So the very basic premise of Marxism, most of us work in a condition of alienation, merasa terasing dengan kerja kita. We don't feel or we do not enjoy with our work. We get the money, but we cannot enjoy the work. That is alienation. If you combine Marxism and feminism, there are some cases, for example, alienation of neglecting the others, manusia yang lainnya diabaikan, do not feel comfortable with others. The second is with the family members. The third with the nature, and of course with the world. Kira-kira begitu. Yeah, that's all. Nothing, Mbak Kusuma.
Well, okay. Thank you very much, Pak Haryono. Well, then that's the presentation of our group. Well, if we think honestly, perhaps we may come to the conclusion that what Marx and Engels think about working class and alienation combined with the feminism is actually still happening right now. Or perhaps it's getting common, considered that most of us are working class people, whether we realize it or not, whether we like it or not. But of course, we want to listen to your argument or opinion at the open question session later. Now, we comes to the next presentation. This presentation belongs to the group of Ibu Rindra Kartiningsi, Bapak Sanhari Prawiradireja, and Pak Haryono. Now, what is I call as extraordinary of the next article is that their argument later, soon after this, we'll see about what they are going to say in this paper. But I think they are against the mainstream, dealing with the archetype, the very nature of a woman. What they are about to say is the opposite opinion of what actually many women want to listen. But without further ado, then let's listen to the groups of presenter. It could be Ibu Rindra Kartiningsi, Bapak Sanhari, or Pak Haryono. So the time and the opportunity is given then. Pak Sanhari, perhaps, or in collaboration with Pak Haryono.
Okay, thank you. But I think it is time first presenter is Ms. Rindra. Is she here? Or I should have introduction of this article.
Oh, okay. Maybe Pak Sanhari will give you introduction, then we will help for the analysis.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think the work of Francis Scott Fitzgerald is one of the interesting work because he expressed his personal experience in relation with his wife in his novel. And we know that literary work is a creative process of human beings that is used as a means of feeling expression. And like Aristotle, Francis Scott Fitzgerald has negative experience with his wife. Yeah. We already know that Aristotle, as great philosopher, said that if you have bad habit of your wife, so you can be a great philosopher. So I think John Fitzgerald has the same experience. Yeah. If you have bad wife, so you can be a great novelist. So if you want to be a novelist, please choose a wife that have bad habit. But I don't know. I think it is not a good quotation. We know that Fitzgerald has 3 great novels: The Beautiful and the Damned, The Great Gatsby, and Tender is the Night. But I don't know. Actually, the 3 of the novel is related with his expression in relation with the experience with his wife. I don't know. But in his article, we choose The Great Gatsby because Great Gatsby was the work that showed perfectly how the archetype of Eve works and how it is deployed as a means to reveal his point of view about a wife he lived with. So I think his experience with his wife is not good, but in Arabic term, maybe we can mengambil hikmah itu ya. Artinya dari kejelekan itu kita bisa mengambil pengalaman bagus dan bisa jadi karya yang hebat ya. Ya, tentu saja yang akan menjelaskan ini Bu Rindra dan Pak Haryono ya. Because archetype of Eve relate with the concept of theory and theory from Carl Gustav Jung. I think he's a good psychoanalysis expert. And from ini we talk about Jung, I think he knows individuality and religiosity very well, because 2 years before his death, he stopped his practice as psychologist, and he experienced in deep, I don't know, a religiosity life or personal life. So he faced his death, and I think he know how and when he will die. It's a individual experience that we can learn. So I leave the explanation and the analysis to Ms. Rindra and Mr. Haryono about the analysis of the Great Gatsby by using analysis. Ekspresif.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Terima kasih Pak Senari. I think Bu Rindra, please enlarge the audience with your information about Gustav Jung and also the archetype. Please, Bu Rindra.
Yeah. Okay, so we take the archetype of Eve here. Archetype is a repeated pattern that we can find in the human nature. So we can find this archetype in every generation or maybe on a certain people that we know, or maybe on a certain characters that we read on novel or maybe other literary works. Well, if we talk about archetypes as what Jung theory about psychoanalysis, that man consists of a lot of layers in their psyche. So we can see that man can has two sides, the bad one and then the good one, or we can call it as persona and also shadow. So we can see it from Great Gatsby here, the reflection of Zelda as his wife through the character of Daisy. So Great Gatsby here, especially Zelda's character, represent on the Daisy with a certain character. So what we call it as repeated patterns here is that we can find the same character on the novel and also the character in reality. So we can see that the similarity or the repeated patterns here, we found that Daisy represents Zelda in infidelity, careless of things, wasteful of money, or maybe not motherly, easily lied by others, and also responsible. So this is the bad side or the shadow sides of the woman character here. And we take the expressive criticism here. It is shown that the writer of the Great Gatsby inspired by Zelda, his wife. So it is reflected on the works. So from the analysis that we found here, we get that archetypes. So a woman reflected on Daisy, is what is it? What we can call is materialistic, spend a lot of money, okay, or in bahasa Jawa it's called kedonyan, yeah, okay, and then not loyal, okay, not loyal, and then also seducer to others. Well, that's what we find expressed by the writer of Great Gatsby on Daisy's character. Well, maybe Pak Aryono can give more deeper
Okay, thank
analysis.
you, Purindra. So basically, the research, the article is about, like what Pak Sandari Abdullah said, that the repeated pattern that is found in the story of Eve, Hawa, Siti Hawa. We know that in the story, a woman is irresponsible. A woman is easily seduced. A woman is materialist. A woman destroyed the good image of God, God's own image that is reflected to Adam. Adam is ruined by the one who comes from the rib, that is Eve. And then the pattern is reflected through the life of Zelda, the wife of Israel, and he paints the archetype into Eve. Okay, thank you. That's all for the audience. Ini bisa ini. Sudah cukup.
Okay then, thank you very much Ibu Rindra, Pak Haryono, and also Pak Sandhari. Then, well, for a temporary conclusion, using expressive approach, using Abraham's expressive approach, we find a valid evidence based on the reality of the author that women are materialistic, illoyal, tempter, and seducer. So that's the archetype, which is supported by the concept of Eve archetypes. But later, of course, we want to listen to another opinion to the participant. Now, we come to the last presentation in our chamber. It is also interesting considering that the source of the presentation, the source of the material is children literature. That's what makes us very interesting. Pizza, a log, and a bear contesting heteronormativity in children literature. Well, we can't wait to see what is it all about. Therefore, we invite Ibu Elvia Anggi and Ibu Rindra Kartinisi to deliver that interesting article. The time and yours, ma'am.
Hello. So I actually asked for permission if I actually could present it with my own screen because I wanted to be cohesive with what I said. And is it okay if I do that or? Yeah.
Oh yeah,
okay.
that's okay then.
Right.
Mas Nico, would you mind helping us to make Ibu Elvia to be the co-host?
Yeah, can you see my screen now?
Sehingga Bu Elvia bisa sharing screen dengan menggunakan laptopnya.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Oh yeah, clearly now.
All right, so thank you very much for the time given to me to present. I'm very pleased. I know you have a choice to be somewhere else this weekend, but Thank you. So thank you for coming here and listening to these wonderful talks and discussions. First of all, I'd like to, before I dive into the main thing, I would like to tell you a story about myself. When I start speaking, either on a video call or a phone call with strangers, especially, I'm always called Mr. or Bapak. And this is because I know that I have a very deep voice. That is actually one example of heteronormativity. We will look into that right away. So my topic is actually called Pizza Alok and Princesses. So it's been edited on the final submission, contesting again. Okay. Right. So what is actually heteronormativity? Heteronormativity is actually a belief system that points out that there are only two opposing genders, which are men and women, and they feel certain fixed gender roles, which is masculine and feminine, which is conformed to the assigned sex at birth, male and female. So the male must be men and female must be women, and the men will have masculine role and women have feminine role. That is heteronormativity. And at last, it also believes that heterosexuality is the default sexuality. So what is the implication of this? The implication is that the heteronormativity is othering the rest. I mean, the rest could be like that are not fit into these two roles, men, women, masculine, feminine, male, female, and it kind of alienates them. So the ordering here means that the heteronormativity sees that it's something that is weird if it's not conforming to the standards of the heteronormative values. These are the sources of this whole slide. And then it actually has been argued that it started because of the westernization through the means of colonization, which started because of the white male, or in the academic term, it's called Eurocentrism. So it's like it's the world of the white male. So heteronormativity is a product of the fantasy, so to say, of the white male. The implication of that is that we have sexism nowadays, that women are less than men, especially if they're not white. And then sexualization, objectification, and fantasization of the others I told you about. Like, so for example, a lot of women or a lot of transgenders have been objectified and fetishized by white male, especially. And that is a problem, because it could lead to feminism problem. It could lead to gender issues and stuff like that. And this has been carried onto the next generations. And these are the sources. So heteronormativity is believed to be taught through literature. As Mr. Sanhari said earlier, literary work is actually an expression, a form of an expression. So it's a reflection of how the world is. And how is it taught through literature? It's taught through the stereotypes, which we will see later on. I include these long sources just to show you this is how many people over the years that have concluded that yes, literature is kind of heteronormative, and it's kind of bad, because, like, you know, the stereotypes has been continued on, like even to the generations of the new children and stuff like that. So the study we did is like on two children's book. The first one is The Princess and the Pizza, and the second one is The Little Wooden Robot and the Lock Princess. How we analyze this is not through queer theory or feminism, but through narrative inquiry, with the lens of queer theory and feminism. What's the difference? Well, queer theory and feminism would actually kind of detest and argue with the heteronormativity. What we're trying to do is not that. We're just trying to expose and to show you that this is what is happening, instead of like hating it, because what's the point of hating it? It's already happening, and it could only be changed through democratization of everyone. And that's why we are not contesting it with queer theory or feminism. So let's go to the findings. Well, the Princess and the Pizza story is basically a princess, Princess Paulina, has a father, a king, who moved to who actually gave up his fortune and his crown and his kingdom to become a wood carver. But Miss Paulina missed being a princess, so she heard that there's a contest that will, the prize is that she will be the wife of Prince Rupert of Kingdom Bloom, so she can actually be princess again. But at the end, no, at the end, she actually, through the competition, she actually invented pizza. And at the end of the day, she rejected the marriage proposal and she went on to start her pizza business, which is quite empowering. So how we analyze this is we saw what values or what features of the story that is contesting her heteronormativity, which is the first heteronormativity, and what values that are presenting heteronormativity. So not agreeing, but presenting. So we will see. First, on the contesting part, Princess Paulina is quite liberal. She is seen as very outspoken, not so princess-like, very lazy, and she just likes to swear with, oh, for Pete's sake. Pete's sake is her swear words. So yeah, she's quite liberal in that sense. And then there is no marriages at all at the end of the day, not between princess and the prince or queen and the king. So there's no marriage ideals. And then, like I said, she started a pizza business, which is quite funny because it's a princess story. Why would there be entrepreneurship involved? And it also involves women empowerment, because at the end of the day, Princess Paulina can do her princess stuff like waving and stuff like that just by being a business owner. And this is quite interesting because this is a children's book, so it kind of teaches that you can actually do anything, even as a woman and stuff like that. So that's why I said that these values are it presents heteronormativity values such as marriage as a prize, like marriage to Prince Rupert as a prize of the competition. And the king was portrayed as a humble person. The king gave up his throne. The king gave up his wealth. The king went on become a wood carver. A king is a male subject, and he was portrayed as someone who is kind, humble, and not materialistic. This is quite sexist in my opinion, because the queen, the mother of Prince Rupert, was portrayed as being overbearing and overprotective, and she is sometimes shown that she is evil or very mean to Paulina and to her son sometimes. And on top of that, the other women in the competition, the other princesses, depicted as evil and bullies, and because they also sabotage Paulina in the competition. So I'm not like, we came to a conclusion that these points that are being presented, these heteronormative values that are being presented, are actually there as an irony, to criticize it, to show how ridiculous it is, the stereotypes that are usually included in the children's book. Like, I believe that the couple, the authors, Och and Och, they're actually married couple. They want to present that this is ridiculous, and this is how we can battle it. And at the end of the day, everyone is happy, as you can see in the picture on top of here, like Prince Rupert, Queen Zelda, Prince Paulina, and the king actually plays cards and eat pizza together. That is for this story. Oh, also, yeah, but also like there's a little twist at the end. Like the last page of the book, I purposely put it there because the last page of the book suggests that there's gonna be a relationship between the king and Queen Zelda. I don't know why I think for me and for us as the authors, we see that as a funny, ironic joke, but I don't know why it's also put there. Yeah. So the second story is A Little Wooden Robot and Lock Princess. This story follows a kingdom, a pair, a queen and a king. They can't have children. They couldn't have children. So they went on to an inventor and a witch to get to make the children for them. And long story short, they have a robot and a lock princess. The robot is a boy, the lock princess is a princess. And lock princess turns into a lock when she sleeps. So there has to be a magic spell in the morning that has to be set to make her alive again. And the story is like basically lock princess is lost before being woken up, and the wooden robot was searching for her. And at the end they met, and then with the help of the witch and some other creatures, which is the beetles, they found their way home. Now, the contesting heteronormativity values shown in this story is that it is a non-traditional family. Well, it is believed that an ideal family would have been a husband, a wife, and children that are usually naturally carried by the woman or by the wife. But here, it is shown that this family is brought about through the means of kind of like an adoption, because it's not being the children were not being procreated through the usual mean of reproduction. So yeah, that is one interesting theory, because heteronormativity forbade that, and it has been very stereotypically opposed by the heteronormative people. Like adoption has been defiled and stuff like that. And the solutions, which is like having the children, comes from both the king and the queen. The king went to the inventor, the queen went to the witch. So there is no stuff like, because I'm the king, I will find the solution and you just sit home and be pretty. There's nothing sort of that. And that is quite progressive as well. And then the adventure was equal, because at first, the robot looks for the princess, but then the robot got tired, and then the princess brought the robot home. So there is an adventure happening to the robot, a boy, and to the lock princess as well, a girl. And the non-evil witch, witches are usually evil in children's literature, but here she is portrayed as non-evil, and the inventor was also a female. So this is also quite an empowerment. And this has many theories, because witches started from the Western culture discourses, where women who are outspoken, women who do science, women who wants to do what they want or start a business, they are hunted as witches and they are burned at stakes. And this is quite progressive and quite fresh to see that a witch is not evil in a children's book. And then the last thing, the witch and the Beatles are the heroes. Because it's quite interesting, because usually the heroes are the main characters of the story, or either, like in this case, either the wooden robot or the lock princess. But at the end, the witch is usually evil, and the Beatles, which are usually nobodies, insects, mind you, they are the one who are the heroes. And then the values of heteronormativity presented in this book is like, the king and the queen want to have children, and that's like a heteronormative ideals to have children to be completed as a family. But even people who are not conformed to the heteronormative ideals actually also want children and have one family. The part is that sometimes they are not considered family because they're not traditional family. And this family is definitely not traditional, but it's still there. It's still shown that they want children. And the journey started with a damsel in distress quest because the boy, the wooden robot, started the journey to save the princess. So there is still an element of damsel in distress here, which is an archetype in literary work, which also reflects heteronormativity. And these are the sources of everything what I just said. And yeah, the conclusion is that heteronormativity are still contained in children's literature, either unintentionally as embedded standards, like what I said. Maybe it's because it's the standard, it's the golden standard. It's still reflected there, and also it could be there intentionally put there by the authors as a form of criticism, as what we saw in the two literature work that we've analyzed. And then we need to rethink heteronormativity as the golden standard, as a stereotypes, because this could be very destructive to our world. It others and alienates a lot of other people that are not fit into the category. So this could also includes the disabled people as well, and like maybe people who have like learning difficulties as well. It's very embedded, this problem. And children's literature is actually a good start to teach agency. Agency is the opportunity and the freedom given to someone to do something and be responsible of it. Not only to do something, but also be responsible of the choices. That's agency. And this is again my source of what I just said. And at the end, they live happily ever after. Thank you. And these are my references.
Well, thank you very much, Ibu Elvi. Article of pretty important to think for us. Actually, then now, well, to attention to all present in our chamber for the next 25. It's our time to enlighten our own thinking, to enlarge our own horizon by having intellectual sharing among us. Therefore, now I open question session the next 25 minutes. So feel free for each of you to deliver any question to any groups that you want to. There are two ways that we can do. You may write down the question in our chat chamber, or just raise your hand to show that you want to ask a direct question to the intended group or presenter that you want to. So the time for the next 25 minutes is yours, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Pak Putut want to deliver the question? Okay, Pak Putut, you may deliver the question directly. So
Okay.
please do.
Dari presentasi tadi, I'm very interested in listening firstly to me, right? Yeah. The topic is for me is new topics. The topic. Can be applied to other literature. And masa dua adalah itu tentang account. Dalam sastra tentu kita juga ada konflik ada internal, konflik ada eksternal. Saya ingin tahu saya topik dalam penelitian mengubah. Itu saja, terima kasih.
Okay, baik. Thank you for the question, Pak Putut. So the first question is ditujukan kepada Mbak Kanza. Okay, so Bu Alfi, you may respond to Pak Putut's question directly and then followed by Mbak Kanza. Please do.
It was actually kind of like breaking out to me, like the question. Can you please summarize the whole question again, or is it okay if you write it down or type it in the chat box, perhaps?
Well, okay. So
audio was like very putus-putus.
Ya, putus-putus Pak Putut. Tadi tidak terdengar suaranya.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't hear your questions clearly.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, are you with me after being disconnected?
I think it's better. It's a bit better.
Okay then. So here,
sometimes it's still masih putus.
Then,
but better.
Now I Pak Putus' question in our chat chamber. Okay.
Yes, I think that would be better. If that's okay.
Okay.
Can the theory be applied in other literary work? Well, yes, of course, because
that's
everything. Can I answer? Or is there any? I will answer the question now. Yes, because heteronormativity is very embedded in, it's very ubiquitous. It's in every aspect of our life, not only in literary work, but also stuff like even with the Marxism point of view, it's still heteronormativity. Marxism, or any other, like what the presenter earlier put today, and even the archetype of the male, archetype of Eve, this is because suggesting that there's archetypes, that there's archetype freedom, and not included, not within the category of Adam or Eve? What about people who are non-gender? What about people who are they them? What about people who are, you know, not conforming to whether they're male or female? So it's heteronormativity is very, very wide. It's more of an umbrella term. It's because it's not only for literature, it's also for every aspect. Like even the comment from Scott Fitzgerald earlier about his wife, that a wife is nagging. If you have a nagging wife, then you would have something good to write. That is kind of sexist, and it's a product of heteronormativity, you know. And so what can I suggest? For example,
Thank you very much, Ibu Alfi. What do you think, Pak Putut?
It's okay, I think that's all.
Yeah.
Okay then. So, yeah. Thank you very much for the enlightening explanation, Ibu Alfi.
Thank you.
And then, yeah, for the second question, Pak Putut addressed to Mbak Kansa. Tadi Pak Putut menyampaikan pertanyaannya kepada Mbak Kansa. Jadi teori apa yang digunakan pada internal konflik atau tentang internal konflik apabila bahasanya adalah pada karya sastra. Oke, kepada Mbak Kansa, kesempatan dipersilahkan. Oh ya, Mbak Kansa di unmute. Mas Niko bisa membantu.
Bagaimana tadi Pak ke pertanyaannya?
Oke, baik. Ya, pertanyaannya adalah
teori yang
Pak Putut,
digunakan.
Jadi pertanyaan saya, kalau dalam karya sastra Inggris kita ada teori internal konflik. Kalau itu teori itu digunakan. Terima kasih.
Kok tidak mendengar ya?
Oh ya, apakah suara Pak Putut tadi tidak terdengar kah?
Iya, Pak. Putus-putus tadi, Pak.
Oh iya, betul. Teori yang digunakan Kansa, jadi teori kepribadian.
Oh, ya.
Teori yang digunakan di dalam pendekatan untuk ini teori apa begitu ya Pak Putut ya? Jadi teori kepribadian, psikoanalisis, tepatnya teori kepribadian
Kurt Lewin, punyanya Kurt Lewin. Teori konfliknya Kurt Lewin.
Itu teori secara umum. Ya, teori payung besar. Ada pertanyaan lagi? Ada pertanyaannya yang lain? Teori yang digunakan kan Pak Putut ya, teorinya, teori kepribadian yang jelas kan Sasang?
Untuk teorinya saya menggunakan psikologi
kepribadian
miliknya Kurt Lewin, melalui teori konfliknya Kurt Lewin itu tadi.
Teori konflik tadi diklaim.
Oke, baik, terima kasih untuk penjelasannya Ibu Listianingsih dan Mbak Kansa. Now we come to the next question.
Kok putus-putus ya? Nggak begitu jelas ya?
Apakah suara saya bisa terdengar?
Putus-putus.
Di saya bisa Pak, di saya normal.
Bisa terdengar dengan jelas kah, Ibu Elvia?
Di saya jelas, iya.
Oke, baik. Nah, pertanyaan kedua ini ditujukan pada Ibu Elvia. The questions are on the chat chamber. Jadi, so please do respond directly, Ibu Elvia.
Yeah, I have written it, but I can also talk a bit about it. So the first question, actually, there are two questions, right? The first is what kind of relationship of heteronormativity and the literature? Second is the journey about the wooden robot. The first question, the answer is because, like, for example, we know the Disney princesses movies and books that, you know, it's basically the same thing. Princess having a problem, and then at the end, the prince would help and save her and then marry her. This is very heteronormative because the fact that women princesses are shown or pictured as someone who needs to be saved by a man, it's quite heteronormative. And also the fact that usually in children books, like normally we will find that boys plays with robots and cars and girls plays with dolls. These are very heteronormative, and through this kind of stuff, the children would get idea that, oh, for example, if I'm a boy, I cannot play with dolls, and that is quite destructive because, you know, boys can play with whatever they want to play, and that's actually it's the connection between the children's literature, especially with heteronormativity. The second one was the journey started when the wooden robot found that the lock princess was still in the print lock form, like, so masih jadi kayu, dia jadi bongkahan kayu, not yet awake, belum dibangunkan sama si robot dengan mantra, but she got lost. She was not in the room, she was being thrown away because ada pelayan yang melihat kenapa ada balok kayu di atas ranjangnya Tuan Putri, karena itu dibuang. And because of that, the wooden robot started the journey to save the princess, to look for the princess. And that's why I said it started with a damsel in distress kind of situation. I hope it clarifies it.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Alfi, for the explanation. Okay, now we have another question here from Pak Sahari, and it is addressed to Pak Putut. Okay, so Pak Putut.
Yang pertama lagi.
Pertanyaannya ini, Pak.
Yang ini pertanyaan siapa?
Pertanyaan Pak Sahari. Sudah.
So I would like to answer Pak Sani questions. Paralaton is televisions. Yeah. So, as the topic discussed, the male supernatural power is tell about the Kenaro supernatural power. The minor character is only Ken Endok, yeah, his mother. Ken Endok, yeah, because Kenaro was the son of God Vishnu and Ken Endok. And then when he was child, Ken Endok throws away Ken Angro in the graveyard. Only this, based on the topic. For Giri Kedaton, the same as the Paralaton discuss about Sunan Giri. Yeah, discuss about Sunan Giri. The minor character only his mother. Yeah, Sunan Giri mother when Sunan Giri was thrown away on the ocean. His mother very sad, and she died. And the other characters only male characters. I think that's all my answer. Is it, Pak?
Well, okay. Thank you very much, Pak Putut. Then we still have about 15 minutes before we come to the end of our session. Then Perhaps any other participant want to deliver any question or comment, but of course, other participant, you are free to deliver your question or comment also in bahasa. Jadi boleh juga menggunakan bahasa Indonesia if you want to deliver your question in bahasa Indonesia. So the time is yours. We still have about 15 minutes. Yeah. Is there any other question, perhaps?
Mr. Kusuma.
Oh ya, Pak Sanhari.
Yeah, Mr. Kusuma, I want to ask Miss Elvia because I think heteronormativity is new concept for me. So I want to.
Okay, Pak Artawa.
I want Miss
thank you very much.
Elvia to explain
directly deliver your question to Bu.
Yeah, heteronormativity. Maybe he can describe heteronormativity. Apakah
in
itu
general,
juga digunakan di maaf, apakah itu digunakan untuk menganalisis buku yang berkaitan dengan religiosity or religion?
Okay.
Okay.
Sejauh yang saya ketahui, heteronormativity atau heteronormatif kalau dalam bahasa Indonesianya itu hanya sebuah fenomena. Jadi fenomena ini biasanya dilihat dari lensa queer theory atau feminisme. Karena yang mengkritik heteronormativity ini biasanya adalah queer theories atau feminisme itu. Tapi bagaimana cara mengkritiknya? Karena saya bilang heteronormativity ini hanya fenomena hanya fenomena yang kita alami sehari-hari. Itu menurut saya sesuai dengan kreativitas kita. Bisa juga misalnya ada yang mau berkreasi dilihat dari sisi Marxisme, bisa juga dilihat, atau dilihat dari sisi sudut pandang religius, bisa juga, atau sudut pandang religiusnya lebih mendetail lagi, lebih spesifik, misalnya dari sudut pandang Kristen Katolik, dari sudut pandang Muslim, atau dari sudut pandang dan lain sebagainya. Dan memang sudah banyak artikel-artikel yang membahas ini. Saya juga melihat ada yang membahas heteronormativity in the eyes of Islamic religion. Banyak juga yang menurut saya juga bacaan yang menarik, karena seperti yang tadi dikatakan oleh Ibu 2A itu tadi kan memang banyak salah pahaman juga ya, tapi menurut saya kesalahpahaman ini juga diciptakan dari fenomena heteronormativity ini. Jadi heteronormatif itu bukan suatu kritik, tapi suatu ini fenomena yang terjadi. Ini terjadi pada kita, maupun kita sadari apa enggak, ini terjadi gitu. Jadi memang saya tidak ingin menjelek-jelekkan atau itu sesat atau bagaimana, tapi sebagai akademis ingin membeberkan bahwa ini loh ada sesuatu yang kayak gini gitu. Itu dari saya, Pak. Apakah sudah jelas?
Terima kasih Bu Elvi. And what do you think, Bapak Sanhari?
Iya, saya dulu pernah dengar kalau sosiologi Pak Aryono ya, ada konsep pembagian kerja secara seksual.
Ya.
Tapi memang saya sendiri belum mendalami soal itu. Tapi ini terima kasih. Ini satu hal yang baru bagi saya. Memang kadang-kadang dalam realitas, dalam fenomena gitu kita melihat satu event, satu kejadian itu dilihat dalam dualitas pengkutupan yang tadi pasti hasilnya nanti akan muncul kebencian, muncul yang kadang-kadang kita nggak nyaman untuk membahasnya. Padahal katakanlah anak laki-laki suka boneka itu sebenarnya juga nggak masalah.
Iya.
Cuma ketika kaitannya dengan apa, kalau dengan apa, queer teori itu berkaitan dengan homoseksualitas dan sebagainya.
Iya,
Oke,
salah
terima kasih.
satunya
Nanti
itu. Iya.
saya akan lihat melacak konsep itu. Ya. Jadi, terima kasih atas pencerahannya.
Kalau boleh saya tambahkan, sebenarnya tadi mau saya ikutkan di presentasi. Kalau di Jawa itu kan ada macak, manak, masak itu ya. Itu merupakan produk dari heteronormativity juga. Bahwa kalau perempuan itu ya macak, manak, masak kerjaannya gitu.
Dapur, kasur.
Iya.
Ya, apa hubungannya dengan domestik dan publik.
Iya.
Apa wilayah publik dan wilayah domestik. Oke.
Iya,
Terima
betul.
kasih Mbak Elvia.
Sama-sama Pak.
Mungkin Pak Haryono ingin nambahi, Pak Haryono, heteronormativity itu bagaimana Pak Haryono? Ini kan biasanya kalau dikaitkan dengan religiusitas ini beliau.
Well, actually, Pak Haryono is very interested in discussing about the heteronormativity, sebetulnya, karena that's what really happen currently, what really happen currently in our reality. Jadi seperti yang dikatakan Abram tadi, memang ya karya sastra the reflection of a society, seperti itu. Well, discussing about gender issue, terutama being related to literary work and the reality, truly very interesting. But unfortunately, we have a very limited time, and the MC has given us the code to end our session. Then, well,
but we are not leaving our room because we are in the main room.
we are not leaving our room because we are in the main room. Pak Sandari. We are in the main room, but we have to finish our discussion session in the Zoom, of course. But of course, it will be very interesting for all of us here to continue our discussion offline, if it's possible, to talk about another thing. Well, thank you very much for being so responsive and for being so enlightening, ladies and gentlemen, in our session. Then, to end our session, before we come to the main agenda, Pak Mas Niko, mohon untuk kita foto bersama for this session.
Ya, untuk para peserta di main room bisa di Oke,
ya, Mas Niko.
Hadap kamera. Ya, sudah. Terima kasih.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih, Mas Niko. Terima kasih, ladies and gentlemen. Terima kasih untuk perhatiannya. And we come to the main agenda of our international seminar. So the time is for the MC right now. Again, thank you very much. Stay healthy and happy. See you offline then, ladies and gentlemen.
Ayo, barusan. Terus ini masuk sama. Teman saya mute.
Okay, welcome back to the main room. Thank you for all the presenters who have shared their knowledge in the parallel session. We hope it can bring many benefits for all the participants. And we would like to remind you again to please don't forget to fill in the parallel attendance list from the link that has been shared by the committee in chat box.
Selamat datang kembali di main room. Kami ingatkan kembali kepada para peserta untuk mohon mengisi link angket yang telah dikirimkan oleh panitia pada chat room. Terima kasih.
Now we came to the closing ceremony that will be preceded by Dr. Suhartawan Budianto SS MPD as the Vice Chair. Mr. Suhartawan, time is yours.
Thank you, Marion, and also Tomo as the great Master of Ceremony today. So, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, I would like to say thank you so much for attending the outstanding seminar this afternoon or today. I would like to give a big appreciation for all of you, the committee, the sponsorship, students, and especially the lecturers and also the keynote speaker. Hopefully that today we get a good knowledge and also we get great information and more we can get a good relationship with many other partners from other universities, and hopefully that next year there will be more challenging topic for HKLL 11. Once again, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Officially, I close this seminar by saying thank you and see you next year. And we are waiting for the next topic and next article from all you all. Thank you, everyone. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Suhartawan. That is the end of our international seminar on ECKLL the 10th. We hope that this seminar will be useful to improve our careers. Once more, we would like to show our gratitude to all donors, committee, and other parties for their supports of this seminar.
Would like to say thank you for your participation and
see you on the ECKLL next year.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu, sampai ketemu lagi.
Semua buka. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
See you next year. Bye.
Dr. Sutomo University, or better known as Sunitomo, is one of the well-known private universities in Surabaya, a city rapidly developed into an economic center in eastern Indonesia. Faculty of Letters is one of the 9 faculties in Dr. Sutomo University. Established since 1984, this faculty is known as the faculty heavily colored by foreign cultures.
Kurikulum Fakultas Sastra selalu disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan pendidikan di masa kini dan masa mendatang. Dalam peninjauan kurikulum, kami selalu melibatkan stakeholder, pengguna, alumni, dan akademisi dalam menyempurnakan kurikulum di setiap program studi. Di bidang penelitian dan pengabdian pada masyarakat, dosen-dosen kami menunjukkan peningkatan baik di bidang kuantitas maupun kualitas, sehingga Fakultas Sastra Universitas Dr. Sutomo tidak hanya menjadi menara gading, tetapi juga bermanfaat bagi masyarakat sekitar. Dalam bidang kerjasama, Fakultas Sastra telah menjalin berbagai kerjasama dengan universitas maupun instansi baik di dalam maupun luar negeri. Salah satunya adalah kerjasama dengan Universitas Setsunan di Osaka, Jepang, yang secara rutin mengirimkan beberapa mahasiswa untuk saling bertukar pengalaman mengenai bahasa dan budaya masing-masing. Kerjasama ini sangat bermanfaat untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan mahasiswa Fakultas Sastra.
On its journey, Faculty of Letters Dr. Sutomo University has two departments, English and Japanese.
English program, Dr. Sutomo University get B on accreditation through the applications of national standard in conducting three Dharma perguruan tinggi, especially in language, literature, and culture in 2020. In teaching learning process, this program has several competent lecturers, both in master and doctorate degree, who have gotten education certificate or CERDOS. Besides, our teaching learning process is also supported by some native speakers and guest lecturers coming from many foreign countries. Meanwhile, in research and social service activities, this program has done many joint ventures with some institutions such as Al Bismar Islamic Boarding School and Gang Doli English Club. Concerning the results of the research and social service, we publish them in our local journal and some proceedings in international seminars. Every year, there is a cross-cultural understanding program conducted here in cooperation with Oklahoma State University and other universities. So, by doing all of the above program seriously, we hope that our output will be ready to face the competition in society.
日本語学科は1993年に開設されました。おかげさまで今年度の認証評価において A を獲得することができました。今まで200人以上の卒業生を輩出してまいりました。彼らは国内外のさまざまな分野で活躍しています。学生たちは在学中に日本語学科と連携協定をしている期間、すなわち日本の北海道や沖縄、さらには関西地方のホテル、あるいはインドネシア国内のさまざまなところでインターンシップを行うことが義務付けられています。また、日本語学科は複数の日本人教員を抱えており、さらに日本の摂南大学からの留学生が常におりますので、日本語を話す実践の場がキャンパスにあることから、学生たちの日本語運用能力は比較的高く、実践な日本語をマスターすることができています。加えて、日本学科では東ジャワジャパンクラブの協力を置いて、定期的に懇談会を実施しています。以上のようなさまざまな活動を通じて、学生たちは日本人と直接接する機会を得て体験や学習をしています。そのため、卒業後には即戦力として活躍できる人材が生まれているわけです。ありがとうございます。
In order to support the realization of the vision of Faculty of Letters Unitomo, the addition of facilities supporting three pillars of higher education continues to be carried out. In order to improve the teaching and learning process, carry out development starting from comfortable class and student activity facilities, including multimedia laboratory, culture laboratory and Japanese corner, located in the library as an infrastructure for students to better enjoy the Japanese atmosphere. Dealing with non-academic activities, students of Faculty of Letters have several activities, making them possible to enrich their knowledge about culture and to practice their English skills. There are a number of non-academic activities held in English departments such as debate club, which is a club which activities are to train students in delivering their critical thinking using English, and cooking class held for the students not only to be familiar with Western cuisine, but also to make the students learn about and practice entrepreneurship. There are also drama activities as a means of training students to communicate in English and better understanding about drama theories they have learned. And there are also several other activities that can support the abilities and competencies of students in the fields of English letters. While non-academic activities in Japanese department include sudo, chanoyu, rarikurabu, origami, and yosakoi dance. Shodo is an art of calligraphy about how to write letters of hiragana, katakana, and kanji beautifully using Japanese brush called ude. Chanoyu, called the tea ceremony in English, is an art of how to prepare, serve, and enjoy the tea. Chanoyu is full of philosophical perspective on how humans can live in harmony with themselves, others, their God, and their environment. Ryurikurabu is a cooking club run by students of Department of Japanese whose purposes are to learn the culture of Japanese cuisine and to train students to practice entrepreneurship. There's a famous saying, "Mi de taberu," in Japanese culture meaning eating with the eyes. It means that food should not only be delicious but also beautifully seen. Origami is the art of paper folding originating from Japan. Origami is not only the technique of folding paper into an object, but also contains many philosophical perspectives. One of which is a crane-shaped origami in Japanese called suru, whose philosophical meaning is a good wish. Yosakoi dance tells about the excitement of the farmers as an expression of gratitude for the abundant crops. And there are several other activities that can support the abilities and competencies of students